Sutek tried to line it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he's too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it over, cuz. But niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't even do. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like my it's like, wait, bro, talk like that. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother over here. Peanut, what's the word, my brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erase videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard it. If Sean P want to debate, don't debate the champ over there, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't
There's no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that one, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
I love to tell Sutek. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Have him pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We'll make it work. Right here. He ain't ducking no favors, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He put this over here on y'all channel, and then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me?
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother. And
the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
Peace to everybody out there, man. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Good morning with the Mossy is live and in full effect. Please like the show, share the show, tell a friend we're live. Super Bowl weekend. I know people partying all weekend. Some people maybe sleep, but this gotta be done. So I want to kill two birds with one stone, and I'm allow the evidence to reign supreme. So I was on YK The Truth Show a couple of days ago, having a discussion with some brothers and then some so-called abos or Indians or whatever they want to call themselves to be. I'm not going to play the entirety of the video, but I am going to play up until there's a dialogue between me and two brothers where I said some things in there and they were unaware of that information. Now, the goal of today is to deal with two pieces or 2 points of contention in that conversation with B. Lowski and Lead. One of them I've already written in Spears of the Mossy, Volume 2, my argument about the whole West Africa coming to America type stuff. So that's published, and I'm standing on that and the scholarship behind that. So I don't really have to dive too deep into that. That's already embedded in my research in the memory bank. So I can argue with you about that, and then you can fact check me and see that, okay, what he said, this is what he was saying, right? I wrote it. So you could cross-reference all my sources and you could try to falsify the evidence presented in the argument. The problem is you're going to lose it immediately when you understand, and I'm going to start off right here. When you understand that when it comes to West, Central, South, and East Africa, Northeast Africa, there are no internal sources speaking of any body from that continent, that landmass that we call Africa today, traveling across the Atlantic. Find them. There's not one. Doesn't exist. There's no Gelé, no griots, Sangomas, nothing. There's no internal sources promoting exploration by ocean, whether it be to China, whether it be to the Americas. Standing on that. Refute me if you think you can. Go get the evidence. The best internal source that you're going to find about oceanic travel is a North African shipwreck story dealing with mythology. So for people still parroting the argument of what was written in They Came Before Columbus, and which was imposed on the ideology of Dr. Van Sertima, the ancestor, via Leo Wiener, a Russian Jewish guy, you have been sadly mistaken. We keep tightening up the screws on that. That's why years ago, the brother Class of Shabazz was like, we're tired of it. And then the more evidence that keeps coming on in, it does not support or give that argument a chance in hell. And for anyone to insinuate that so you're saying all these advanced civilizations on the continent of Africa, that they couldn't travel. No one said that. That's not the argument. It's not if they could build the technology. They never did. They had no interest. They're in a mineral rich, resource rich continent. Everything that they needed on the continent of Africa was there. All over that continent. They didn't need for anything. They didn't have a need for foreign things until foreigners came into the continent. And when trade began to be opened up to them, and these new silk things and all of that, these different spices and oriental items and things of that nature comes into play, is when foreigners begin to open that door. So what we're going to do today is kill two birds with one stone. And I'm going to do this methodically. We're going to play back the video up until a point where we hear the whole dialogue. And then I'm going to interject with sources. Now, mind you, for those of you who have reading comprehension, listening comprehension issues, I am definitely about to talk about you. I'm either going to bore you to death, or you're going to really learn something and back out of that bullshit position that you take. Or, you're going to continue to allow your biases to be in the way and you're never going to learn anything. So any source that I speak of in regard to this show is all in the description of the video. No matter the topic, it's going to be in the video. Outside of, I've already published my work on the African shit. I ain't putting nothing in there for that. Everything I got in there in the chat today, dealing with some shit that I'm talking about, you have access to. Children of all ages, those of you who may watch this video 10 years from now, 20 years from now, or 30 years from now, I don't know how you will have access to it 30 years from now, but I'm not on the face of the planet anymore. I want you to challenge yourself by doing a few things, learning research methodology and not being afraid to put your personal beliefs through rigorous scrutiny and scientific method properly. That means everything that you believe in or stand for, why do you believe in those things and why do you stand for them? And I want you to not skeptically, but critically challenge your belief system. And when you come out on the other side of that, you'll be a better person by putting your personal beliefs through something and seeing if they uphold to the scientific method and the scrutiny that comes with it. Maybe it'll make you a better person, and maybe it'll help you change your life moving forward. But yeah, so there's a video floating out that's about a minute and 36 seconds that PNF did. It's the first video he's ever done on me. And I think the video that he did is because I went at his girl. And he said that I don't know what an American is. And I'm very clear on what an American is. An American is a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. WASP. That is the identity of what a true American is. So he says that I don't know what an American is because of the definition that a white man wrote in a book. The same white man that denoted the determining or the description of what an American is. Riddle me that. So you don't have a true description of what an American is without the white man telling you or giving you or providing you that description. The 1828 dictionary is written, yes, refutably by a white man. He tells you who you are. In that same dictionary, since you claim that copper colored and all this other shit, these indications that's been provided, he also says what a Negro is, which is also defining in the sense, the same proper description, as well as black, the same proper description. So you can't use one portion of it and argue it. That's a fallacy. And not include the other things, which you continue to make that mistake. So I really didn't pay that video much mind. I only went over there to get PNF's at so I can make sure that I tagged him in this video today. And I saw it. So, you know, he got my face on the screen, you know what I'm saying? Which is a good thing because that's good advertisement for me. You know what I mean? Especially with all the, you know, the people that he claimed that he involved with. Because now they want to know who I am. So let's get to it, man. There's a debate today. YK the Truth and Stupid One, known as Autogenous One, known as Limited One, known as Remedial One. The debate's already been settled. But Remedial One just want to argue so bad that it's just going to, you know, get him body bagged. And we all know that when you go into Indian territory that you already lost. So YK, your job is to teach. And we'll clip him up on the playback. Just keep it simple. Teach. Don't worry about him. Don't worry about the antics in the chat. We're going to handle all that. If you want to watch that debate, you're going to have to go to YK, the True page, because he got the stuff in the description where you can click on it and get the debate and support and all of that. And he's going to need the support. So I'm saying that to everybody live so you know that. Now, what's the dude name? Al Power. I don't really, you know what I'm saying? I don't rock with dude or his, none of that. But what I'm about to do is I don't mind promoting the debate or even mentioning the debate, knowing that it's promoting his shit that he got going on, which is messed up over there. It's not a problem because I am gonna clip it, like I've been clipping everything else. And the first time when you reported it, you was on some shiesty shit because you was in your feelings. And that was the only reason you reported the Monster Warrior Clan page, because you was in your feelings. And we know you watch it, you try to act like somebody showed you something, but no, you clipped on and you was watching. And you really reported it because you was trying to protect 111 Truth and his stupid ass argument in that debate because he looked silly as fuck, and you knew he did because he really didn't have no information. None of y'all ever had no information. So, man, I want to say what's up to everybody in the chat. I see a lot of familiar faces. I don't see any elbows, which is expected. Maybe we get some stragglers in here, but you know what I'm saying, as far as everybody else doing. Peace to everybody out there, man. Please like the show, share the show. Let's get busy and let's handle things the way we need to. And we'll get to it. Dead gang, you funny for that question in the chat. You funny for that. Man, but you are now live with the Masi. Morning with the Masi. Let's get to it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. All right. I don't know why we ain't subscribed to the channel. I'll fix that in a minute. Okay, so this is the video, but I wanna go back a little bit.
Yes, you can. Yes, you will. Yes, you can. Yes, you will.
Those reservations hold no niggas that look like me. And since they hold no niggas that look like me, logically speaking, that would let you know that there were no niggas that looked like me during the time that they took them there. And they specifically, since that was in the 1860s that they did the Trail of Tears and took those Native Americans there, black people had already been here for like 360 years at that point. After 360 years, you mean
now? I need y'all to listen to Lowski, right? He's going at smoke signal top right now. Pause. But it is in this conversation where he's cooking, as we would like to say it, he makes the grave mistake of saying some things that are untrue. And me being me, I could have took the stance of where I just didn't say anything and let that ride and let it slide. Or I be me and say, no, sir, that's not correct.
Tell me that they were able to tell which people were Native Americans, which people were Negroes, and to split them up and only take the Native Americans into the Midwest. They never mixed it up and got no niggas in that reservation. They only got Native Americans. That would automatically tell you.
You see that comment right there by Lee Clinton? He said, dude cooking. Watch this.
That they knew there was a difference between the Native Americans and the Negro. If they didn't know there was a difference between the Native American and the Negro, then both of us would have been mixed on those reservations. But we're not. And since we're not, that lets you know that there were a distinction between the two and we were not already here. That is a fact that you can't get around. You can't dance around that. You can't ask me to show you any paperwork. You can't nothing. Those reservations let you know that they thought Native Americans were very different than the Negroes. And the Negroes knew they were different than the Native Americans, and the Native Americans knew they were different than the Negroes. There's no way around that.
Okay, sir. Let me ask you another question, bro, because there was a lot to deal with. Let's
fire away.
Let's simplify this. Are you insinuating that there were no Native Americans at the places where the Trail of Tears led them to, brother?
No, there were many Native Americans. They're in the reservations.
Wait a minute. So the reservations were already there, waiting on the Trail of Tears. People were the reservations already inhabited by Native Americans to incorporate the Native Americans that were coming from the Trail of Tears. Also, how did this work, brother? Let's do the methodology here.
No, they moved them niggas and then built them.
Wait a minute. So there were no Native Americans.
No. Hold on. Smoke signal. Pause. You're asking a dumbass question, and then you're not even asking it. You're not asking it right.
Give me a dumbass, nigga.
No, Sean, let him go. No, Sean,
listen. Listen to me. No.
Let him cook. No,
you don't build by being interrogated by a nigga that got a 5th grade education.
No, it's always better when they interrogate you and they don't have the right questions and they don't have the right answers.
But we already know who he is. He's not
keep letting him off the hook. Don't give him no more information.
How is he off the hook?
No. Let him cook because he's looking dumb and we keep bailing him out.
You're having a conversation with a fool.
No,
listen to his question.
No. It doesn't matter how dumb they are.
Yes, it is.
No, we proved they're dumb by letting them ask these retarded ass questions.
We proved they're dumb by entertaining them.
We deal with smoke. They deal with smoke on a day-to-day basis, bro. They tolerance is really short with him.
Okay. I get it now. Okay.
Trust me. They don't,
Okay.
What you're doing is too far.
Let him go.
It's too far away from him, bro. You see what I'm saying? He's not comprehending. So the first thing we have to do is we have to make sure that he understands what you just said. He has to show a command of understanding what you just said, which means that he's learning in the moment of his interrogation. But he can't tell you what you just said. He's just going to keep on asking question after question after question. So he's going to beg the question the entire conversation. no matter what you just said, no matter what I just said, and what we provided to him. That's why he said, give us a source. When we're going to give you the source, you're not going to read the source. We've been here before. So how about you?
He gave us a source that he didn't even read himself, because it clearly said in the 1960s in
No, that was the other
American. I was about okay.
Yeah, you can't put that on smoke. That was the Kaz dude. Yeah, the Kaz dude. He got up out of here. You just on red alert because you hit Abo and you just got your gun and you just shoot. They all the same.
These people don't make no sense. Like I just can't understand
it. Hey, y'all squandered all that time. Now I gotta go pick up my uncle.
Yeah, we know you gotta pick your uncle up. Your old ass uncle. 90 years old, but some kind of way you got to go pick him up. You see what I'm saying?
At 1 o'clock in the morning. This is what I be talking about. Like, everybody is so ashamed to be African, but you got women in your family that got sickle cell anemia, and sickle cell anemia is a 100% African trait. You got women in your family that got afros that need picks in order to pick their hair. That is a 100% African trait. Nowhere else on planet Earth do they breed a people that have a hair that defies the laws of gravity and stands up when everything else has to lay down. Only in Africa do they have people who have...
Listen. Y'all finna get this work right here. Listen to this brother. I'm not gonna interrupt it again. I'm just gonna let it play. But I need y'all to listen to this brother from this point forward, because smoke signal now is out of the picture. Where the hell the confusion come in at is right here.
Where you got to go pick him up. You see what I'm saying?
At 1 o'clock in the morning. This is what I be talking about. Like, everybody is so ashamed to be African, but you got women in your family that got sickle cell anemia, and sickle cell anemia is a 100% African trait. You got women in your family that got afros that need picks in order to pick their hair. That is a 100% African trait. Nowhere else on planet Earth do they breed a people that have a hair that defies the laws of gravity and stands up when everything else has to lay down. Only in Africa do they have people who have hair that stands straight up even though everything else has to go down. If you look at the Aboriginal Australians, they don't have this hair. If you look at the people who are in the Indian islands, they don't have this hair. If you look at South America, everywhere else, they have the same hair. This one hair type that we have only comes from one place on planet Earth, and yet they still deny that and still want to act like they came from somewhere else. Why would you come from somewhere else when nature told you where you came from? Nature ain't never put a polar bear in Africa, and they ain't never put a gorilla in the jungle. Nature ain't never made that mistake. So it also never put a nigga with 4C hair and a beard in America. There would be no point, because prior to about 10,000 years ago, there was nobody in America because it was an uninhabitable place. There was an ice sheet over most of the continent of America. So nobody was here. So everybody who was here came from somewhere.
Let me go back. Now, y'all see, I'm quiet as can be. I'm quiet as a mouse. I'm quiet because this is my first time ever interacting with the bro. There's some things that he has to clean up here, and there's some things that he needs to let go. But you can kind of understand what he's trying to say is just a little pseudo. But I'm gonna let him go, and I'm gonna let y'all be the judge.
When nature told you where you came from, nature ain't never put a polar bear in Africa, and they ain't never put a gorilla in the jungle. Nature ain't never made that mistake. So it also never put a nigga with 4C hair and a beard in America. There would be no point, because prior to about 10,000 years ago, there was nobody in America because it was an uninhabitable place. There was an ice sheet over most of the continent of America. So nobody was here. So everybody who was here came from somewhere. We know that the Native Americans came from India, because came from Asia, because if you look at old Asian people and you look at old Native Americans, you will see the exact same people. If you look at old Mexicans and you look at old Asians, you will see the exact same people. Tony Jaa looks the exact same.
They carry those genetic markers of the archaic.
It's no way around it. They carry those same exact traits, and nature doesn't make that kind of mistake. You could say humans make that kind of mistake, and they look at people. That's why Christopher Columbus thought he was in India, because he saw the people here and was like, wait a second, I've been to India before. These people look like the exact same people as in India. You think he was so dumb that he saw Africans that he brought over here in slave ships and accidentally thought that he saw a people who weren't African? He knew what Africans looked like. He came from
He
Africa.
never called them African.
Never.
He never called these people the same people.
And then if we take the words of the Native Americans, if we take the words of the Maya, if we take the words of anything else, they said there were burnt-faced people who came from the East and traded us in gold spears and other stuff. So that lets you know that they deciphered themselves differently than the people who they seen coming over in the ships. That's the words of them that Christopher Columbus wrote down. They said we've seen burnt-faced people who came from the East in ships. You could go check the Senegalese. You could go check the Mali people who sent people over here that never winded up coming back.
Nah, they never. No, that's not true. Hold on, I gotta clean you up just a little bit. You own to something, but the whole Christopher Columbus thing was taken out of context. What Christopher Columbus was referring to regarding the gold tips were actually not gold tips. There's an archaeological survey that provided the evidence that's on the island of Cuba. That says what it is. It was like a copperish color that looked like gold, but it was something else. I get the name for you and give you the article. I have it in my chat, but that's been underrepresented there. As far as the Africans, there's no source that we have from the continent that shows a communication of them or griot, right? Because that's who's telling all the stories. There's no griots or no information over there that shows that there was a maritime travel to the Americas either.
No, that's not true. Because the Mali Empire clearly says that the Mali Empire clearly says that they sent people over here.
They didn't.
And then
they never
made it back.
The Mali Empire never sent that, bro.
Ships over.
They never sent the Malian Empire. Never said that, bro. Never. There's not one griot. There's not one source where the Malian Empire says that. Now, that's my specific. I spent 3 years researching that shit. There's not one Malian internal or external source that says that. The whole Mansa Musa story shit was told in Egypt. That's where the root of it comes out of, is Mansa Musa saying some shit in Egypt because he's trying to big up his whole political movement because he ran off or usurped the previous king. There's no Al-Bukhari II either. He doesn't exist. There's a faulty kings list out there that was made up. It doesn't exist. So what I'm telling you is that story is fucked up.
No, but I'm Zulu. I know that my people are Zulu. There's another story of the Zulu sending another group of people that left out of Senegal that left over to the Americas.
No, there's no story among the Zulu that says some people in Senegal. Do you not know where the Congo, how far the Congo is? Or how far South America is? Or how far East Africa is? Or Northeast Africa is from Senegal? Now, I just gave you some different points. This brother said some people in the Zulu, that's in South Africa, ladies and gentlemen, sent some people from Senegal This is where it got rough at. It got rough right about here. I was cleaning him up. You know what I'm saying? I was going to continue to let him build, but I was cleaning him up because he was off. So this is where I knew his beliefs began. It doesn't exist. So what I'm telling you is that story is fucked up.
No, but I'm Zulu. I know that my people are Zulu. There's another story of the Zulu sending another group of people that left out of Senegal that left over to the Americas.
No one ever, bro. Listen,
his name is
there's no African. There's no African that left a continent to travel to a whole nother continent across waters. There's a verifiable source in all African culture that states maritime travel was scarce to them. They feared the ocean as they watched it swallow up their people. Okay, it's false.
That's false.
It's false.
On the whole continent of Africa, no African kingdom.
No African kingdom. No African. I'm gonna say one more time.
So remember, Lee was in the chat, big up in Lowski. Lee was saying that the brother was cooking. Lee said that he was right. But watch how he gets with me, because I said that no African kingdom crossed the Atlantic.
I'm gonna say it one more time so you can hear me. Listen to me. I can prove my position. Don't worry, I can prove my position. YK, I'm gonna come in on my laptop.
What you're saying is false.
No, you don't know what I'm saying. You ain't even heard me say it. There is not one pre-Columbus. There is not one country on the continent of Africa that built ships that could cross the Atlantic, and they spent their time there. Okay, who did it?
They did the test.
Who did it?
They did the test.
Bro, it failed.
Good,
It failed.
First of all, have you ever heard of?
Hold on. Let's get it on one at a time.
Listen to me. I am very clear. There was not one country or people on the continent of Africa who built ships that would cross the Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean. They stuck to rivers. They stuck to lakes. Creeks is what they did. None of them built ships, just like none of them built guns. They had no need for that. Lowski brings up the boat of fucking Ra, an old mythological story claiming that the Egyptians made across the Atlantic via the Mediterranean. So they came up out of the Nile into the Mediterranean, through that canal, and out into the Atlantic on a reed boat. So to demonstrate that they actually did this, someone built a reed boat and traveled across the Atlantic from West Africa, like the tip of West Africa or some shit, and traveled across the Atlantic, made it as far as he could, and then it failed before reaching land. The boat of Ra, ladies and gentlemen, that's so 2016. And lead over there. That's not true. That's not true. No, you're wrong. That's not true. Not one civilization. No, that's just simply not true. You're wrong.
Have you ever heard of Carthage?
Now, he takes me to Carthage. What the fuck I'm doing in Carthage? What does Carthage got to do with me? Who's shipbuilding in Carthage? They don't even have the technology to cross the Atlantic until the 15th century. What are we talking about Carthage for? Enlighten us, Lead.
Have you heard of Carthage? That's an African kingdom. Have you heard of Aksum? Have you heard of Aksum? That's an African kingdom. They had trade with China and India.
African kingdom came across the waters before Columbus.
China. They had trade with
No
China and
African
India
kingdom
and ancient
crossed no
antiquity.
Atlantic
So what are
Ocean.
you talking
They
about?
didn't need to cross the ocean to trade with China. That shit was being ran through by Muslims. There's not one
My
Muslim
friend,
It was the
source.
you had
Indians
There's
at
not
the time.
one
traders
African
running
Indians.
source.
those ships who were
Indi-
black people, sir.
There's
India,
not one
India was
Muslim
the medium of
source. There's
wait,
not
wait.
one
It's not
African
Muslims
source.
because you're looking in the wrong place. It wasn't Muslims.
No,
Exactly.
brother.
It was
No,
Indians.
brother.
It was
I
Indians
spent
in
3
India
years
and
tracking
Mesopotamia.
down
That was the
every
middle
source
ground.
on the continent of
Hold
Africa
on,
to
hold on.
You don't know
substantiate
what
a
you're talking about.
claim
Hold on. I got
You
made
have a
by
lot of
Leo
pseudo
Wiener.
history.
It
What
never
happens?
Pseudo history.
happened.
What happens when the Chinese
false.
say that the Africans brought us elephants on boats?
Brother, I'm saying it one more time.
What
Are you
happens when the
familiar with
Chinese
I
say
am, listen to
that
me,
the
I am not
Africans
talking
brought
about
Hold on,
China,
one
and
second.
I'm not talking
Just-
about bringing elephants on boats. I'm
Are
dealing
you familiar
specifically,
with
no,
Ivan
hold
Van
on.
so we can make it
I
to
am
China,
dealing
but we couldn't make it to America?
I
Yet the
am no, I am
Australasians-
telling you. Okay, so who was traveling across the Atlantic, bro? Who wrote about it? Who saw it? Who was the people?
the
Because you
Australasians.
brought up Molly,
Wait,
and
wait,
I
wait,
got
wait,
a
wait,
whole
wait,
goddamn
wait,
article
wait.
on it.
Wait, the Australasians clearly traveled across the Atlantic and made it to South America before anybody because they have the
I
oldest.
said,
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it is at the 3 hour and 3 minute and 26-second mark that Lowski says that the Polynesians crossed the Pacific, made it to South America, and his evidence is what he's about to show you.
DNA signature in
Africa.
South
I
America.
am talking
So if we-
How did the black
Africa.
people
I'm
get
not
to the
talking
Americas?
about
Wait a
no. I'm
second.
not talking
So
about
wait a
those little
second. So wait
seafaring
a second.
boats
No,
to get to the
no, it
island.
wasn't. It's not no little seafaring boat. Do you know how?
Yes,
how
it is.
Do you know how
Man,
angry
you
an
don't
ocean
know.
is? Do you know how angry an
Bro.
ocean is? You don't
Yeah,
cross the
damn. I
ocean in
don't
a fucking
understand why
canoe.
you can't take
You don't-
correction.
You can't cross an ocean in a canoe. This has to be a seafaring boat. The boat of
That's
Khufu
correct.
is a seafaring boat. It's still
No,
there.
My nigga said the boat of Khufu is a seafaring boat. You know what, brother? You're correct. It is a seafaring boat. That means seas, lakes, creeks, rivers, not oceans. Because a boat ain't, you need a vessel. But listen, I need y'all to remember what is being said, because when I tell you I'm finna kill 2 birds with 1 stone, this how it's gonna go down.
and Khufu's boat never crossed no damn Atlantic, bro.
But
Yo,
it was
hold on,
able
yo,
to.
Lowski, hold on. Yo, Sean P, hold on, bro. This is how we gonna do this, right? Just show the source.
I'm gonna pull it up. I'm trying to get my little earbud and shit out the truck of my car, and I'm
Because
gonna
this
pull
is
up my
good,
whole
man.
article, bro.
This
So-
is good.
There's
we
an
ain't gotta-
There's an Australasian DNA signature only found in South America, meaning that they traveled from those Australasian islands
No,
directly to South America. And if we think that's
that is not what
Stop
they
while you're ahead.
did.
Stop while
That's
you're
not
ahead.
what they
I don't know how
did.
else- So how'd they get there?
That's
They walked.
not what they did.
They walked.
That's not what they did, bro.
They walked.
Go look at the migrational pattern on how they entered South America. Go look
I'm
at
telling
that.
you that South America has a different DNA signature than North
No.
America and Mexico.
Listen,
The
I'm
people-
not even
the people
talking.
with the
Listen, bro,
DNA
you
signature-
moving me
you have
all
to-
over the point.
No, you have
Stay
to
with me
listen.
on.
You keep cutting
Stay
me
with
off.
me on the Atlantic, and we'll get to the
Exactly.
Pacific.
So if the
Stay with me on the
Australasians were
Atlantic.
able-
We'll get to the Pacific.
So
Let
if
him,
the
let him stay, let him,
Australasians,
you're gonna
if
cook
the
yourself.
Australasians were
With this-
able to
with this-
get
you're
to
gonna
South
cook yourself. Let
America
him talk.
prior to the Ice Age, if they were able to get to the Americas prior to the Ice Age, you're telling me that with a current that takes you directly from West Africa into the islands, into the Americas.
There was no current that took you directly from West Africa into the islands, into the Americas. There was no such current that did that. Originally, in the time periods that we're speaking of, because the ocean was too violent. Outside the coast of West Africa, there are cross-current winds. These dudes never heard of this a day in their life. And I was talking about this shit years ago. The cross current winds needed a tool to maneuver through. They used to send shit out. All right, y'all don't believe me? Who don't believe me? I need somebody in the chat that don't believe me about the cross current winds off the west coast of Africa. I need someone to say that because I did a whole presentation on this shit and I showed it where they had the cross current winds and the sources saying it. The oceanic evidence was right there. Them shits would spin and spin and spin. In order for them to get out of those currents that would just spin them in circles, they had developed a technology that would allow them to break through that and sail back northward, back into Europe. This is what organizing the facts look like. That's why I'm able to say it that way, because I spend so much time researching the junk and repeating the junk over and over and over again till it's embedded in me exactly how it went down in the 15th century. That was a piece of technological advancement that got people into going into new territories where they would not travel before.
You're telling me that they never made it, but the Australasians who had a longer trip, they made it on a more primitive boat.
No, I am telling you more specifically that no African country or people had an interest to build ships to cross the Atlantic. As far as the people that came into South America, brother, they took the Celtic highway. That's how those people who came from Southeast Asia and around there got into the Americas. They not only crossed through the land bridge, they came through the Celtic highway. There's two reasons of there's two pathways for them people to populate. Hold on,
Listen, I had introduced them to the Kelp Highway and they never heard of it. Listen closely. Sean, this is where YK said, boy, you was cooking. This is where YK hit me up and said, boy, you was cooking. Right here.
Or people had an interest to build ships to cross the Atlantic. As far as the people that came into South America, brother, they took the Celtic highway. That's how those people who came from Southeast Asia and around there got into the Americas. They not only crossed through the land bridge, they came through the Celtic highway. There's two reasons of there's two pathways for them people to populate. Hold on, I am trying to stay specifically.
No, I'm just asking, where's the Celtic highway?
Yeah, what is that?
That's coming.
Never heard that before.
Y'all never heard of that?
No,
Celtic
where's that
highway?
from?
What's a Celtic highway?
Okay, so y'all never heard about the migration.
Look at Lowski. Look at Lowski. He trying to Google it while I'm talking because he never heard of it. Now, I'm not dumb. I don't know if he remembers that his camera is on. Look at his face. He's never heard of the Kelp Highway. I was saying it wrong in the conversation. He never heard of the Kelp Highway because I show it later when I get on my laptop. And he's unfamiliar. But look, when he pulls it up or when he sees something, he begins to be like, oh. So now he would turn into what he told Chris later on, devil's advocate. But Lead has no idea. But then Shaw, like, I love this, steel sharpens steel. But Shaw was also in the chat saying that Sean cooking them.
Okay, so do you know where Alaska is?
Yes.
Do you know where Canada is?
Yes.
Do you know where California is?
Yes.
Okay, so they called that a highway where they came through they came through where there was low tide. See this?
No, it's not the Bering Straits, Lowski. What I just gave you was not the Bering Straits. The Bering Straits are land. It's between the the lowering tide, and I can't say the other one because I forget its name all the time. But it's between those two ice sheets. The Bering Strait is a land bridge pathway. The Kelp Highway is more of a oceanic river-like shit that we're discussing. So I'm trying to give it to you in the same sense, but without even getting to my freaking sources yet. But I'm about to give y'all some good science here, but I need y'all to hit this into action because it's pivotal into what I'm going to introduce now. I'm killing two birds with one stone when I start sharing my screen on these sources. But this is pivotal because you need to hear this when this brother is beating up on Abos. But there is evidence that he's never considered in his argument against the Aboriginals, ever.
This is what I know. You just said you hold on, let me finish. God damn. You asking me a question, let me finish. You just said that there was an ice age, brother. Did you not? You said that there was an ice age. In stating that there was an ice age, do you not know that there was a very low, like the ocean, the Pacific Ocean was 400 feet less than where it is today, which made travel via the waters of the Pacific highly likely. So scientists went out and found the fucking evidence of these people. That's why you find a boat in South America showing how they traveled on this fucking wooden log ass boat coming down that highway. This is not new science. This is old science.
No, what I'm telling you is that the DNA that you're talking about that came through the Bering Straits, because that's where you're talking about. Even though we had a bear there that would allow them to never make it into the Americas in the first place during the time you're talking about, we're just going to ignore that. I'm telling you that the DNA.
Bro, when do you think they came into America, bro? What day do you have them? Hold on, what day do you have them coming into America, bro? What day do you have them coming into America?
I'm telling you that the DNA.
No, listen to what. Answer my question real quick. I just want to know, what day do you have people coming into America, South or North or Central?
Wait, hold on. Let's go back to the
hold on, because I'm going back to the Atlantic. I need to answer the next question, and then we can go back to the Atlantic.
I'll give it about 6,000.
That is incorrect, bro.
4 to 6.
Do you not know that we have fossil records showing 23,000 years ago that there was people walking on this motherfucker in New Mexico?
Now you're helping my point because I'm telling you that the Polynesian. I'm telling you that the Polynesian.
He said that I'm making his point because he's trying to argue that the Polynesian people came across it. They never did. Lead is confused because he doesn't understand the science. He's illiterate in this. Well, I can't say he's illiterate, but he's ignorant of the conversation because he ain't heard none of this stuff. And then Lowski is like, he think people didn't come into this bitch until 6,000 years ago. Where he got that date from, I don't know. So when he says that, I'm telling him that no, Lowski, we have fossil records that show people were walking in New Mexico 23,000 years ago. We have their footprints along with the woolly mammoths. We have that. They never heard of this information. This behooves me. So remember, earlier in the conversation, before we get on to this, Lead is going to come back to the Axiom people, and he's going to bring us back to that. I'm going to deal with that. Well, I dealt with it in a community post, but I just want to give a little bit more insight on a little of that, and then I'm gonna bounce over to the other side. Peace. I see you in the chat, Infinite, and everybody else.
In the Polynesian DNA.
Listen, no, I'm gonna give you the source, Lee, because apparently you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm asking you a question. You said
I can't answer both of y'all questions.
Let me, my brother. You mind if I just ask him this real quick? You said it was California, Alaska.
No, I said the highway, bro. Listen. Do you? Can you Google real quick, bro? Celtic Highway.
You said the Celtic Highway. This is what you said. You said These are your words. You said California, Alaska, and Canada. Correct?
YK, I'm finna come in on my laptop, bro. Let me.
Hello?
I
I have to teach niggas that this shit never happened, bro.
I'm asking you a question. Now you've not answered
Hold
my
on,
question.
I'm switching to my laptop, bro. Then you talking to me like that.
You said, because something ain't making sense right now.
What ain't making
First of all, I never heard no Celtic highway. Second of all, if you're going to say,
if you've never heard of the highway, concede. He said he'd never heard of the Kelp Highway. Concede. Concede. Because it is science you never considered, and you didn't even know that in 2017, when the article broke out in 2017 that there were seafaring people that came into the Americas, you weren't even reading it. It is 2023. That evidence came out 6 years ago. And then they doubled down on it again in 2018 and 19. And then again in 2020. And I'm about to show y'all how it goes down. So before I get on my laptop, and then I couldn't organize my stuff in a manner of which it needs to be done, I'm going to do it on this live. That's why I said I needed to do it to clear things up. One of the biggest emphasis here is that we, the people who've been following the Mossy, Science with Sean, or even been on Not a Coincidence show, we've been talking about the Kelp Highway. We've been talking about the migrational pattern of the people who came into the Americas. The reason we've been doing that is because we've been running the Abo out of America, North America. Remember, they start running to Central and South America. They start claiming Olmec civilizations and doing all of these other things. They begin to stick right there in Central America. They don't know nothing about South America, but they claim that they got all these other civilizations. Well, the civilizations that they argue about to be the oldest in the world are in Central America. Is that not true? Is that not, we hear the Abos argue their points. And they argue them from ignorance. But is that not true? So now the science is clearing all of that out. It's the same tactics we did with the Hebrews when they started the Africa shit. The evidence is weeding them out. And slowly but surely, you're going to start to see some of these Abos come back and say, nah, we're African, and some of us have native ancestry. Watch, you're going to hear some of these same loud, proud, and wrong ass Abos do what the Hebrews have now started to do and claim their West Africanness and still have ties to their little religion and how they want to say it. But a lot of the far out Hebrews, they're the ones who think they Abos anyway. So they do not want to claim Africa. Those are the real anti-Africans. So my point is this: Lead has no idea. He's asking me a question that I was very clear on and what I said. Now watch, I'm going to drop off and hear the exchange when I drop off to switch to my laptop.
say a Celtic highway, there's no Celts in that region.
Teach.
The Celts,
This how you know he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Because even though I said Celts, and I didn't say Celts, the people, I said a highway.
with those places that you just claimed, that's in the Pacific Ocean. The Celts is in the Atlantic. They're closer to the Atlantic Ocean, to Ireland, to British, to England, and France. Those are the areas where the Celts are from.
West to east, not east
Yeah,
to
so
west.
what are you talking about? Celtic Britland? Y'all just be making up a lot of pseudo
and it gets
shit.
better. And it
You
gets
think
better.
that's why we ain't
Because
gonna
the
just move over that?
This Negro said that we make up a lot of shit. He never heard of the Kelp Highway, and he said we make up a lot of shit. Lee, I don't go on platforms and just say things. I never speak without a source. Anything that I say can be verified through sources. You're going to find scientific evidence that's going to say something along the lines of what I am saying. Whether if I mess a name up, I can take the correction because I even go back and correct it. Here we go. But let's let Leeds feel like he has a glory moment here.
And just sweep that under the rug. That was some pseudo shit you just said.
And on top of it,
Lambert.
the Polynesian DNA signature that is found in the Amazon is not found in Mexico and is not found in North America. Meaning that the
Y'all don't know what
Polynesians,
y'all talking about.
no, the
Just hold
Polynesians,
on.
the Polynesians
Listen, you
crossed
don't
the
know what
ocean
you're talking about. You
prior
have
to
no
the Ice
evidence,
Age.
bro. You
The
have a
DNA
belief.
signature does
You
not
just
lie.
said no, bro. You listen. There's
The
only
DNA
4
signature of the
haplogroups here.
Polynesians is in
There's
South
only
America.
4 haplogroups here, and they all
Where?
go
Where's
back
here?
to us. Listen,
Where's here?
the 4 haplo in the Americas, the 4 haplogroups of the Native Americans trace back to a to 2 fucking goddamn Southeast Asian ass people. I don't understand how y'all don't know.
So they
this.
made it from Southeast
No.
Asia to America,
No,
but they
bro,
couldn't come
listen.
from West
No,
Africa to America.
No. That you did okay. Clearly, you have not studied the science.
No, they came from
You
Southeast
have not
Asia.
studied the science.
You know
have
how
not
far
studied the
Southeast Asia
science.
is from
You have
America
not
compared to
studied.
West
You have
Africa?
not studied the science. You have not studied the science of how people migrated and populated the Americas. When you told me that 6,000 years was your date, and then we sit here and we have evidence that goes way beyond that stretch marker. What I am simply telling you, and I am implying that I know the migrational pattern from the back, which is the rear in the Pacific, because of the science. For the last 7 years, this is how I've been fighting the abos, bro, using the goddamn science to run them up out of their lives because of the Bering Strait and the Kelpic Highway. I don't understand how no one else here knows.
I'm with you that the Native Americans came through the Bering Strait, but what you can't explain is why there's a Polynesian DNA signature in South America.
Polynesian.
Wait, no, stop it. Yes,
hold on,
it is.
I'm switching
yes,
up. I'm switching up. Drop the
yes,
link,
it is.
YK. Drop the link, YK.
There's a Polynesian DNA
Drop the link,
signature
YK,
that's only
in the
found
chat
in the
for me.
Amazon that is not found in Mexico and not found in North America. It is only found in the Polynesians and only found in South America, meaning that the Polynesians at some point traveled across the goddamn ocean and made it to South America and never made it to anywhere else and settled in South America. So you're trying to convince me that the people made it all the way from the Polynesian Islands, where it's still primitive today, but couldn't make it from Mali, couldn't make it from the Songhai, couldn't make it from the Zulu, couldn't make it from the Bantu. And the Bantu are the ones that started the Kemetic civilization. What? Are you telling me that those people were so primitive?
All right, so this is what Ramon, I think, this is what you were referring to earlier. I mean, Teddy, when he said that the Bantu started the Kemetic civilization. Well, first of all, there's no such thing called a Kemetic civilization. Okay, let's get that straight. Secondly, everything that he just said right here was full of shit. One, he don't know about the Kelp Highway. Two, he's only familiar with the Bering Strait, so he's committed to the Bering Strait. There's 2 signature ways that they populated the Americas, and they did it in 2 different periods of migrational time. I'm going to demonstrate that to you today. 3, he keeps talking about Polynesians, saying that they crossed the Pacific, and that's how they got over here. That is not true either. Just because you see this isolated group of a particular haplogroup when you see an isolation of a particular haplogroup, doesn't mean that migrational pattern was something else. No, they were of the same people. They just isolated themselves in the Amazon, and they never came up out of there. They stayed true to over there in that little Amazonian region, and therefore they interbred with one another, maintaining what they have over there as a homogeneous haplogroup right now. But if they leave out of there and venture into other places, they will intermingle, and then they will muddy their waters up. So I'm trying to get on my laptop right now at this point. We're going to let them rock out.
That they couldn't make it to America from West Africa, where there's a current that takes you right here, but somehow the Polynesians made it from the other side of East Africa all the way to America. That would be insane to say that the Polynesians made it further than the West Africans. That would be crazy. And the Polynesian DNA signature is there. It's a fact. There's no way around it. That Polynesian DNA signature is only in South America in the Amazon. and it's there. And it's not in North America. It's not in the Maya. It's not in the Inca. It's not in any of them. It's only in the jungles of South America specifically, letting you know that the Polynesians traveled directly into South America. But you're saying that the West Africans couldn't just get on a boat that takes
There is no genetic evidence that says that the Polynesians came directly into South America and entered South America. That is not what DNA is saying. That is not what the migrational patterns are saying. You don't have either or. And I'm listening to him say this while I'm grabbing my shit out the backpack, trying to come on the platform. And then I see Shah jumps up, and then, you know, there's going to be a little Shah son. He's going to say a couple of things, and then which kind of gets it off track a little bit, but we get right back onto it. And then before I share my screen and get into all of that, I just need them to get this shit out so y'all can understand why we're here today.
That has a current that brings you straight here. They never made it. That would be crazy. So Christopher Columbus was able to make it, but the people who had been in West Africa for their entire lives had never built a boat that was strong enough. That's crazy.
Wait, B, I might have missed it. Are you saying that Africans came here before Columbus?
Absolutely. Even if it was by accident and they went out on a boat too far and that current carried them all the way here. It's the inevitable. If you get carried,
the premise of Ivan Van Sertima's work.
Yeah, if a straight piece of wood gets off the west coast of Africa.
Lead interjects and says the principle of Ivan Van Sertima's work. Lead is the same dude who's going to tell me that UNESCO isn't a source. The UNESCO books on Africa are written by Africans and other scholars alike. And the chapter specifically in which I quote in the 3rd volume of the UNESCO set is written by fucking continental Africans telling the story internally about what happened with the influence of the Muslim world, trade, and otherwise. And this motherfucker finna tell me that ain't even a good source. You cannot make this shit up.
It's going to land in the Americas. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's a current that's going to bring you directly here, whether you want to come here or not.
Van Sertima's book is pseudo,
you're telling me, so you're, let's say Van Sertima's book is pseudo.
Yes,
so you're telling me, wait, let's say it is. No, let's say it is. Let's say it is.
Listen, bro,
I don't even care. I don't even care. Let's say Van Sertima's book is pseudo. We're saying that the Polynesians, we're saying that the Polynesians, as primitive as they are, we're saying that the Polynesians, wait, stop. And we're saying that the Polynesians is primitive.
Hold on, Sean. B,
we're saying that the Polynesians, as primitive as they are, were able to make it into the Americas, but the West Africans were never able to make it to Americas, and it was a shorter.
Listen, when did they get here? When did the Polynesian haplogroup show up in America? Please tell me.
No, better yet. Hold on.
No, look at the silence. I asked the brother specifically, when did the Polynesian haplogroup end up in America? Silence. Complete silence. The nigga been on Google the whole time trying to formulate his argument, and he went complete silence. And then the motherfucker lead talking about motherfuckers making shit up, bro.
Hold on, Sean. What group of people are the Africans? What like, where did the first Africans, like, where did they inhabit? Like, what area? What people, what group of indigenous or oldest people would be considered Africans that was here? B, like, what area? If they came here, like Van Sertima said, like, where did they go?
They don't have the evidence for that, bro. That's
I don't see no evidence of it. I just want to know what you think, B. Where you think they went? These early Africans that came here.
I think those early Africans that came here probably came here by accident. Might have went out too far to sea. I'm not saying that the Africans came. I don't even care if the Africans came here long before Columbus. That's neither here nor there to me. That's irrelevant. But I'm telling you that Haplogroup C.
I'm sharing my screen, y'all. But I want y'all to listen to this. Listen to lead when I'm sharing my screen and watch what happens. I'm gonna just show this one part right here, then I'm gonna get to the teaching moments, because I know some of y'all are like, man, I can't take no more of this shit. And then I know other people are like, what in the hell is going on? And then there's other people like, whatever, I like the drama.
The C1 was found here in South America, but it was not found in Mexico, and it was not found in North America, meaning that that Polynesian DNA signature.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is still talking about the Polynesian DNA. He doesn't understand. If he goes to Wiki and type in Haplogroup C1, he would understand that there was a migratorial pattern that transpired that led C1 into the area of South America as it did. But because he did not trace the migrational route of how C1 ends up in South America, he does not know. Now, just watch what I'm trying to do before I'm rudely interrupted again. It's not the haplogroup for Polynesia. Go read C1, bro. Go read. All the haplogroups that you're talking about goes back to 2 fucking old ass people that came into the Americas.
Where'd they come from?
Hold on, there's a scientific book, right?
Where'd they come from?
There's a scientific book.
Where'd they come from?
Listen, do you not see my screen? There's a book that you have to read, bro. That is a badass
This
book.
screen is missing half the fucking world.
No, what are you? No, I'm not even, bro.
I'm seeing South America, I'm seeing Mexico, and I'm seeing North America. Is that what I'm looking at?
Okay, I'm showing the Kelp Highway.
The what?
The Kelp Highway.
So the Celtics were able to make it all the way from Ireland all the way into the Americas, but the West African
LP.
Hold on, time out. If you don't know, just chill out just a second so that you can get some understanding. Please. The Kelp Highway is one of the routes that was taken is how they get to South America. When you ask me, how did these Southeast Asians come into the Americas and populate the Americas, I'm showing you this. Now, the reason that I'm doing this is because of...
But you're not showing me it because I'm missing half the world on this map.
No,
I'm not seeing where this migration started from. I'm just seeing where it ends at. No, because you're showing me where it ends, but I don't know where this starts.
Okay, I just told you Southeast.
You can tell me what you want to. Show me where this map starts.
What does this say right here, bro? What does it say right here? Can you see that?
So you saying that they got all the way from Asia into America? So you're showing me that they got all the way from Asia.
Listen,
who
B, you don't know who I am. Apparently, you don't know who I am.
How can they be Americans? Who named America America? How are they the first Americans?
Listen
to what I'm saying. This is already pseudo as hell. The first Americans, they're not American.
Listen,
that's all. This is already pseudo.
This nigga said the source is pseudo already because the people weren't Americans. That does not disqualify the source. Lead. Why is you sitting here saying the source is wrong already? He ain't even read it. He don't even know what the fucking source is saying.
The first Americans,
one more time.
How can someone be predated something that they're
please fucking talk, bro. They asked me to show the screen and all of that.
I answer my question. How can someone be the first American? It's not a bad question.
That's a horrible.
It was America named America. So how are they the first American?
See what I mean? See what I mean?
That's a horrible question because you're not understanding the context. If they don't use Americans, then you ain't gonna know who they talking about. So come on, brother.
That don't make no sense what you just said, because you can say who someone is without naming them something else.
Listen, I swear that y'all just asked me for information.
Yeah, Sean, do your thing,
Sean. Put it on the screen.
I'm just letting you know it's already starting off bad. But go ahead.
No. You don't know this information.
Clearly. I know it's wrong because it's already starting off with some pseudo shit.
You don't know. That don't
make
it
already
wrong.
Starting off pseudo.
Make it wrong, brother. You can say all this. Okay.
Who are the first Americans? Who named America America?
You want to say we know what we're talking about.
You don't know what you're talking about, because if you was talking about the right thing, you use the proper technical terms to describe things.
Let them read it, man. Let them read it.
Go ahead.
Let them read it.
Go ahead. Read your pseudo shit. Go ahead.
Who were the first Americans? multiple lines of evidence show that people migrated from Asia into the Americas at least 15,000 and possibly as early as 20,000 or more years ago. Based on genetic and archaeological data, human settlement of both the North and South American continents happened relatively quickly. In recent decades, archaeologists have uncovered strong evidence that the earliest migrations from Siberia took place when Asian explorers in small boats skirted the Pacific coast as they moved. Glaciers and ice fields that developed during the Pleistocene era still block overland routes through the center of North American continent, beginning roughly 17,000 years ago. However, melting glaciers along the Pacific coast opened a marine route for the migration. Let me just pause real quick. B, I got you, B. Listen, I want to show y'all something, and then I'm gonna come right back to it. I promise you this. So just let me just bring up something real quick and make this easy for all of us, because I'm not trying to lead y'all astray. I'm gonna bring us right back. Okay, so now I want to pause right here. So, ladies and gentlemen, how many of you, because it's a lot of people in the chat, okay, and basically the point of contention was the Kelp Highway. They never heard of it. But what led to the point of contention was Lowski assuming that Haplogroup C1 Polynesian, he claims that C1 is a Polynesian haplogroup, entered the Americas solely on its own. So what I'm doing here is showing you, no, that is not how that haplogroup got into the Americas. It split from a migratorial pattern of two migrations that entered the Americas, one through the Bering Strait, the other through the Kelp Highway. See, listen, YK the Truth is quiet, but YK the Truth himself is also familiar and is looking at the stuff, and he's like, okay, Sean's saying it wrong. It's the Kelp Highway, but I see the science. Now, I want to take everybody to, and I'm pausing right here, but I want to take everybody to, I put this up on the story, so I ain't even going there. Okay, that's more of the silk trade shit. All right, so I want to take everybody to a source that I've showed you before. The source is called a genetic chronicle of the first peoples in the Americas. Everybody should know this is written by Jennifer Reff. She is the author of the book Origin. Everybody, I've showed y'all this book before, and I have it tucked away, and I will show it again. Okay? That is the Beringer National Park, present-day Russia, that you're looking at right there, North America type shit. All right. Okay, so we are living through a revolution in the scientific study of human history because of recent technical developments and approaches for recovering and analyzing DNA, plus sequencing whole genomes. Geneticists and archaeologists' ability to ask and answer questions about the past has improved dramatically. Scientists once thought the peopling of the Americas occurred around 13,000 years ago, which is the Clovis first model. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. I need you to understand the Clovis first model. Okay, that's what she's referring to when she says 13,000 years ago. Following the last ice age, when a small group of people crossed the Bering Land Bridge from Northeast Asia to northwestern Alaska. In the last 10 to 20 years, however, a mountain of new evidence has emerged, showing us that people had been in the Americas for thousands of years before then. So when your boy Lowski says 6,000 years ago, he was dead. He was dead. He needed to concede then. He needed to sit back, be quiet, and learn. He was dead. This is not surprise to indigenous peoples, many of whom have traditional histories that situate their origins within what is today known as the Americas. Some indigenous peoples view their origin stories as literal, while some see them as metaphorical and compatible with Western science. Indeed, some Native American archaeologists have demonstrated the importance of oral traditions in interpreting the archaeological record and call for careful and analytical study of these traditions and the integration of any clues they might give for understanding the past. In present, this history of the last 36,000 years of migration, from the perspective of Western scientists who place genetic evidence in the forefront of the investigation and then test the models it produces with archaeological, linguistic, and environmental evidence. Calm down, Caleb. For many indigenous peoples, this is not the whole story or the only story that should be told. As you read this genetic chronicle, please do not lose sight of the dignity of the human beings who live this history and the rich complexity of individual existence that are lost in the persons telling the story I tell here, and akin to reconstructing the person's entire life by stitching together the photos they're posted on Instagram. Not inaccurate necessarily, just incomplete. So she tells the story. There go her book. Around 36,000 years ago, a small group of people in East Asia began to break off from a larger ancestral population in the region. By about 25,000 years ago, a smaller group of East Asians itself split into two. Okay, so let me be real quick. So didn't you hear Sean say something like this? I said something like this. I said all the people that populated the Americas come from a group of people who split into two. You kept hearing me say that. So listen, one gives rise, right, to the group geneticists called Paleo-Siberians who stayed in Northeast Asia. The other became the ancestral indigenous peoples of the Americas. Around 24,000 years ago, both groups independently began interacting with entirely different group of people. The ancient Northern Siberians, some archaeologists and geneticists argue that this meeting of the two grandparent populations of Native Americans, the group in East Asia and the group in Northern Siberia, occurred because people moved north, not south, in response to the last glacial maximum, a period in which much of the Northern America was covered by massive glaciers. Thus, geneticists look north to the Beringer for the location of the refugia that may have allowed the ancestors of Native Americans to survive the Ice Age. Long story short, Dr. Jennifer Rabb's book talks about how the Americas was populated using genetic evidence. It shows that we know about these grandparents in Southeast Asia and Northern Siberia. But when they come here, you have a North first model and a South first model. Okay? I'm going to show you today, Lowski, how your Haplogroup C1 gets to the Amazon and is independently independently stuck over there in their own little place. They're isolated. That's the word. 17,000 years ago on the western coast of present-day Alaska, the ice sheets began to melt. The first people expanded southward. This expansion left very clear imprints on the genomes of their descendants. Mitochondrial DNA lineages show us that after the last glacial maximum, people were suddenly and rapidly spreading out. Their populations were growing enormously and about 60-fold between 16 to 13,000 years ago. The population explosion is exactly what we expected to see in the genetic record when people move into new territories where resources are far less limited There was no competition from other people. I'm going to repeat. This is for the Aboriginals out there and the Native American blacks who claim that they've been here. This is how you know that wasn't nobody on this motherfucking side of the world. Because of this, population explosion is what we expect to see. In the genetic record, when people move into new territories where resources, ladies and gentlemen, resources are far less limited, there is no competition from other people. This means that when they came into the Americas, resources was of the abundant. No one was there to fight them off, to protect them from getting those, to defend the resources or protect the area in which they had those resources. So I'm going to give you an example of that. If I come into your home and go directly into your refrigerator and not say a word to you, what are you going to do? First of all, you should have a problem with me entering your home unannounced. Secondly, not only did I enter your home unannounced, I went directly into your refrigerator where your resources are, and I began to take them. You just gonna let me walk right into your house, open your refrigerator, grab the food I want to eat, and then walk out? Unabated, unscathed, unbothered? Is that what you're going to allow me to do? Well, that is exactly what happened when the first Americans or Amerindians or the Paleo Indians entered the Americas. There was no one to tell them no. There was no one to run them off. There was no one to defend the resources that were available. There was no competition from other people. And the game animals have no natural fear of humans. They've never seen them before. So when the game animals began to see humans, they didn't fear nor fret, run nor hide. The story this rather dry genetic evidence reveals is breathtaking when you stop and think about it. A small group of people survived one of the deadliest climate episodes in all of human evolutionary history through a combination of luck and ingenuity. They established themselves in a homeland from which their descendants, hoping to make their way to a better life for themselves, ventured out to explore. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, those of you in the rear, guess what happens? We have our first migrations on the screen. You know, the one that our dear brother politely said didn't exist when, if I go back to the video and play the exchange, I asked the brother to put the Haplogroup map on the screen and began to explain how C1, gets into the Americas. But because he was so adamant about the Polynesians and thinking the Polynesians had a long way to go to get into the Americas, I simply summed it up. I said, brother, these people split when they came into what they needed to come into. Oh, I know y'all see this. Let me full screen it. Hold on. Oh, I know y'all see this. Yes, y'all do. You see it. Let's be a little bit clear. So what this map is indicating, that out of Africa 43,000 years ago into Eastern Eurasian area, up into the Paleo-Siberian area, up into the Beringer ancestors, the ancient Beringers, through Alaska comes into Canada, an unsampled population A. Remember, you start seeing population A all over Canada, and then the ancestral Native Americans. Who got a problem with the subject matter when we dealing with evidence? Where you at, my nigga? You got a problem with the evidence? Pull up. Just tell me you trying to pull up. Just tell me you're trying to pull up. Because it ain't no such thing as no black people being here before these motherfucking ancestral natives, these paleo Indians, these paleo native Amerindians pull up into the Americas. They came here and there was no one in the face of their reality. Now you can call them indigenous because they just inhabited a land that no one else was on. There was no competition. And the game had no fear. Now the descendants found new lands beyond their wildest expectations, entire continents possibly devoid of peoples, lands which they quickly adapted and developed deep ties. These ties persisted through a millennia into present day and have not been severed despite climatic challenges and the brutality of colonialism, occupation, and genocide. Let me move on. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to talk about ANZIC 1 and ANZIC 2 because I mentioned this shit also in the conversation when I told them there's these two pieces of key evidence that lets us know where these people originally came from. And they come from Montana. Hannah Montana, Hannah Montana, Hannah Montana, Hannah Montana, Hannah Montana, Hannah Montana. What happened in Hannah Montana? 12,000 years ago, a child dies. They found a little kid there. They were able to extract the DNA from there. Not too far from where they found the one body, they found a whole nother body. They call these kids, the children, they refer to them as ANZIC 1 and ANZIC 2. This is how we get the sequencing going in reference to these people. You see it on the screen. The children were referred to by archaeologists as ANZIC 1, a 2-year-old, and ANZIC 2, a 7 or 8-year-old, that were buried there at these particular places. The remains were dated between 12,707 years ago and 12,556,000 years ago. 12,556 years ago, making him the oldest known person in the Americas. So they have thought. I said so they have thoughts because Buddy and we had another brother who took a DNA test and his shit was done, and his shit goes back 17,000 years. Blackfoot Indian. He don't look nothing like these black people saying that they've been in the Americas. Remember, this was supposed to be a Negro continent. They got a whole Facebook group of this stupidity running around here talking about America was a Negro continent. Well, where the fuck was you niggas at? Where was you at? When these paleos came into the Americas, where was you at? The land was uninhabitable. They inhabited continents. There was no fights, no wars, no scabs, no scars. They inhabited these places, took the resources with ease. Where was you at? Dear Abos, where were you at? Now, Bosco, I think that's your name. You ain't got no problem with what I'm saying right now, but you never knew of the Kelp Highway. And I'm going to get to that. So, ladies and gentlemen, listen, this is how C1 gets to where it gets. There was a split between the North Native American and the South Native American branches that tells us a lot about the initial peopling of the Americas. For one thing, most genetic evidence indicates that the split took place south of the ice sheets because representatives of ancient Beringers are equally related to members of the North Native American and the South Native American groups. So what did Sean say in the conversation? I specifically said that everything come from these two motherfuckers. I kept saying two. There was a pair, that there was a split. There was a North Native American split and there was a South Native American split, but they all belong to the same groups. I said that. Now, let me stop with Jennifer's evidence here, because she goes back to ANZIC 1, and I got it on the screen right here. She goes back to ANZIC 1 and ANZIC 2, But I don't want to do that. I want to go a little bit further, right? I told you I'm killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 2 with 1 stone. I'm correcting my brother Bosco, Abuski, B, and I'm also showing the evidence that this was not a Negro continent, and there was no indigenous black people in this people that look like me and you, or A1 and all them other motherfuckers that claim to be indigenous. There was none of them here. There was none of them here, ladies and gentlemen. Do you understand me? None, not a 1, 0, zilch. So let me bring you to my other article. And then I need to move on a little bit, right? I need to move on. It's go time. Direct genetic evidence of founding populations reveals stories of first Native Americans. Where is this at? University of Cambridge Research. Direct genetic traces of the earliest Native Americans have been identified for the first time in a new study. The genetic evidence suggests that people may have entered the continent in a single migratory wave, perhaps arriving more than 20,000 years ago. I needed to put this on the screen because I wanted to see where it's at. Now remember, I always work chronologically. Damn, couldn't even say the word. Anyway, so the data which came from archaeological finds in Alaska also points in existence of previously unknown Native American population whom academics have named ancient Beringers. The findings are published in the Journal of Nature, present possible answers to a series of long-standing questions about how the Americas were first populated. It is widely accepted that the first earliest settlers crossed from what is now Russia into Alaska via an ancient land bridge spanning the Bering Strait, which was submerged at the time in the ice sheet. Issues such as whether there was one founding group or several when they arrived at what happened next, and the subject of extensive debate, however. In a new study, an international team of researchers led by academics from the University of Cambridge and Copenhagen sequenced the full genome of an infant, a girl named Hekachu Ani Tiadege, or Sunrise Child Girl. Y'all remember me saying that? A local Native community whose remains were found at an Upward Sun River archaeological site in Alaska 2013. To their surprise, they found that although the child had lived around 11,500 years ago, long after her first arrival in the region, her genetic information did not match either of the 2 recognized branches of early Native Americans, which are referred to as Northern and Southern. Instead, they appear to have belonged to an entirely distinct Native American population, which they call ancient Beringers. Further analysis then revealed that the ancient Beringers were an offshoot of the same ancestor population as the Northern and Southern Native American groups, but they separated from the population early in history. So what did Sean say? He kept saying that there was a split. There was a split. There was a split. These people went this way. These people went that way. There was a split. I am showing you how the migratorial pattern goes with the genetic map, the haplogroups. If you look at the haplogroup map that we have, you see these people going in these different directions. So I'm going to pause there, right? Don't worry. Anything that I show on the screen is in the description of the video. I'm not leaving anything. I'm just building, because now we can get into the crevice of the bigger argument, which is what Bosco, Buski, B-Dog, whatever he said. Remember, he was emphatically saying the Polynesians, Sean, the Polynesians came directly into the Americas. And you telling me if they can come directly into the Americas and that our people over there in West Africa can't do the same, bro? And I was like, no, bro. That hablo had a migratorial pattern that split. And I just kept showing y'all the last 4 sources that there's a split, that there's a split, that there's a northern migration, there's a southern migration, there's a split, there's a split. So how did C1 get to where it get to? South America is home to one of the most culturally diverse present-day native populations. However, the dispersion pattern, genetic substructure, and demographic complexity within South America are still poorly understood. Based on the genome-wide data of 58 Native American populations, we provided a comprehensive scenario of South American indigenous groups considering genomic, environmental, and linguistic data. Clear patterns of genetic structure were inferred among the South American natives, presenting at least 4 primary genetic clusters in the Amazonian. Yeah, remember he brought up the Amazon and savanna regions, and 3 clusters in the Andes and Pacific coasts. We detect a clean of genetic variation along the west-east axis, contradicting a hard Andes-Amazon divide. This longitudinal genetic variation seemed to have been shaped by both serial population bottlenecks and isolation by distance. Look up what bottleneck means. Results indicated that present-day South American substructures recapitulated ancient macro-regional ancestries, and Western Amazonian groups show genetic evidence of cultural exchanges that led to a language replacement in pre-contact times. Finally, demographic emphasis pointed to a higher resilience of the Western South American groups regarding population collapses caused by the European invasions, and indicated a pre-contact population reduction and endemic expansion in South America. So how did these people get to where they get to? If I start reading all of this, I'm going to lose you. I am going to lose you. So I'm going to make it really easy for you today. Deep genetic affinity between coastal Pacific and Amazonian natives evidenced by Australasian ancestry. So, ladies and gentlemen, Bosco, Booski, B, I don't mean to mess your name up, bro. I don't mean to mess your name up, bro. The conversation is over. How did C1 become what it is? I've just opened your door, and I'm closing it right here. Different models have been proposed to elucidate the origins of the founding populations of America, along with the number of migratory waves and routes used by these first explorers. Settlements, both along the Pacific coast and on land, have been evidenced in genetic and archaeological studies. However, the number of migratory waves and the origin of immigrants are still controversial topics. Here we show the Australasian genetic signal is present in Pacific Coast region, indicating a more widespread signal distribution within South America and implicating an ancient contact between Pacific and Amazonian dwellers. We demonstrate that the Australasian population contribution was introduced in South America through Pacific coastal route before the formation of the Amazonian branch. This is his article that he pulled up saying similar things. Likely in the ancient coastal Pacific Amazonian population. In addition, we detected a significant amount of interpopulation and intrapopulation variation in the genetic signal in South America. This study elucidates the genetic relationship of different ancestral components in the initial settlement of South America and proposes that the migratory route used by migrants who carried Australasian ancestry led the absence of the signal in the populations of where? Central and North America. Case closed. You thought they came straight across the Pacific coastal route, my guy? No. The Australasian ancestry led to the absence of the signal in the populations of Central and North America. We know that. So, a signal of genetic affinity between present-day and ancient natives from South American present-day indigenous groups in South Asia, Australia, Melanesia have been previously reported. This Australasian Native American connection persisted as the most intriguing and poorly understood events in human history. The controversial Australasian population component was identified exclusively in present-day Amazonian populations, suggesting at least 2 different founding waves leading to the formation of the people of the region. The first wave was inferred to be composed of the direct descendants of the Beringer standstill population, and the second wave was formed by an admixed population of Beringer and Southeast Asian ancestors that reached Beringer more recently. Both these populations would have settled and admixed in the Amazonian region. Hold on. My computer on froze right now. The contribution of an unsampled population to the autochthonous gene pool is thought to have led to the origin of the Australasian shared ancestry. In the sense, the Y population would be part of the first colonizing groups of the American continent. However, data from ancient South American samples indicated a weak Y signal around 10,000 BP. This evidence, my bad. Hold on, y'all. This evidence indicates rather a second wave entering South America from Southeast Asia. The Y ancestry might be tracked back to common ancestors of Native Americans who lived in Northeast Asia. What? So the evidence we have here from about 10,000 years ago indicates that this whole shit comes from some Southeast Asians. Northeast Asians. Hold up. Let me say that again. This evidence indicates that rather a second wave entering South America from a second wave entering South America from Southeast Asia. The Y ancestry might be traced back to common ancestors of Native Americans who lived in Northeast Asia. So the Y is traced back to common ancestors of Native Americans who lived in Northeast Asia. Furthermore, a new line of evidence indicates that, new line of evidence indicates that the first American clades split. Hold on, this is key. A new line of evidence indicates that the first American clades split in East Asia, not in the Beringer. So they come up out of East Asia split, which keeps us on track. Not in the Beringer, which makes the gene flow of the Y ancestry from ancestral East Asian groups even more likely. However, the paucity of the signal among present day and ancient groups, along with the endemic and apparently random pattern of detection, has raised the possibility that it could be a false positive detection. Okay. Likely due to the strong genetic drift effects experienced by the Amazonian populations and other indigenous South Americans. However, it might be the other way around, a scenario in which the signal went below the significant level in some populations due to high drift effects they experienced. They can't prove nothing when they don't have cheerleaders around. That is true. That is true. I said that the Polynesian, that C1, which is the Polynesian shit, gets into the Americas via the South NA, the South group who came into the Americas. I said that, but I said they come through the Kelp Highway. That's how they get into South America. They bypass, and then they didn't come through the Beringer. Not everybody came through the Beringer. That Kelp Highway was significant. And that gene flow, which the brother doesn't understand, came into the Americas with the people who populated the Americas first. He doesn't seem to get that. So, hold on. I want to let the beat build, but you know, my computer over here freezing up and acting funny. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Let me see what y'all saying in the chat. Yes, Desmond, you're absolutely correct. There's no if and buts about it. We just said it right here in this conversation that the admixture transpired in East Asia. So we know that the Polynesian group, the one that he's arguing so much about, the admix happened not in the Americas, it happened in Asia, which gives validity to them bringing that shit into the Americas. And then they isolate it, which is the biggest emphasis of the whole conversation. Correct. Period. Point blank. There's nothing to argue about there. We are all on the same. Well, some of us are on the same page. I don't know if the brother is on the same page yet or not, but we are where we need to be. All right. So once I can allow, I don't know why my computer been doing this. I'm just gonna buy. Well, no, I'm not gonna buy another laptop. I'm gonna go get this one cleaned out and erase more of my shit. Cause I didn't got, y'all don't know how much I didn't erase off my computer. But that ain't even a problem with it. I did all that removing this stuff and still got the problem, so I know it's something else. But both of my computers are like that, and I think it's because I got all them presentations and all those articles and shit that I wrote and images, videos. But no, so the summary of all summary is that there's scientific evidence out there that educates the latter and lets them know that, hey, this Polynesian shit you kicking, that shit happened in Asia. So those people who migrate out of East Asia into Northern Siberia and come into the Americas via their way, that shit happens on an Asian continent. So they didn't independently bring their happy ass to the Americas. Okay, hold on. I can't do this, y'all. Hold on 1 second. One momento. Mm-hmm. I thought about that, Vasa. I thought about that in external hard drive. Thought about that. But I just need to I need to be able to work the computer the way I need to. Plus I always wanted a bigger screen. This is a 2017 Mac. So I need it, you know what I mean? But you know, I don't get donations, cash apps and shit like that. So I ain't gonna be buying none now. If I was on the same tip everybody else would, I mess with the info. I mean, I would do that. Just put the investment back into shit like this. I'm not going to talk about this article, but I did want to double down on it. But this talks about the cranial morphology of early Americans from Lagoa Santa, Brazil, which is implications for the settlement of the New World. And it gets into that and lets you know who these people are. You see Australasians and Melanesians. You see all of that. It gets into those things. So that's a good source. All right. Now, I'm going to come to this article right here, which is the genetic evidence for two founding populations of the Americas. I mentioned that in the conversation with the brothers. They didn't want to listen to that at all, but this also speaks to his whole, how did the Polynesian shit get here? So in this quick abstract, it says it specifically. Can you taste? It says genetic studies have consistently indicated a single common origin of Native American groups from Central and South America. However, some morphological studies have suggested a more complex picture, whereby the Northeast Asian affinities of present-day Native Americans contrast with a distinctive morphology seen in some of the earliest American skeletons, which share traits with present-day Australasians. This is how we know that they carry the genetic makeup of Denovicens and Neanderthal. They have those genetic features, and we're familiar with that. And that's why we hold true to the science. It says here we analyze genome-wide data to show that the Amazonian Native Americans descend partly from. Hold on. Let me zoom in. Let me zoom in, bro. This is for Buski Bosco B. It says here we analyze genome-wide data to show that some Amazonian Native Americans descend partly from a Native American founding population that carried ancestry more closely related to indigenous Australians, New Guineans, and Andaman Islanders than to any present-day Eurasian or Native Americans. This signature is not present in the same exact or at all in present-day Northern and Central Americas. In the 12,600-year-old Clovis-associated genome suggesting a more diverse set of founding populations of the Americas than previously accepted. So it goes in and argues the latter, but you got to be logged in to be able to get that, but you got the apps, Jizzle. Okay. Another source, the prehistoric peopling of Southeast Asia. This right here gives us a great example of what's going on. I am providing you with this evidence because I need y'all to know that I know what the fuck I'm talking about for a particular reason. When I told y'all that these people that's in America, we call them Indians. Hey, get this. Nah, never mind. It's not on the porch. It should be in about an hour. I was gonna see if someone for real, bro. Anyway, that these people who we call the Indians or Paleo Indians or Amerindians, right? They come from these Southeast Asian people. Period. Not only them, the Siberians, the northeastern Siberian population, right? So we know who their ancestors are. But now I'm gonna show you what kids are learning in school here after this last one right here, because all of these kind of run together. So that's why I'm not reading them. I'm just showing them to you. But this is a more updated version of such genomic perspective in South American human history. And this was for the brothers. So this is why I concentrated on South America so heavily with this. Right? It is generally accepted that the current indigenous peoples of the Americas derive from ancestors from Northeast Asia. The latter were believed to have spread in the Americas continent and east last glacial maximum. In a sense, yada, 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 the earliest settlement of East Asia and Americas is required to elucidate these events accurately. The first Americans underwent an adaptation process to the Americas' vast environmental diversity mediated by biological and cultural evolution and niche construction, resulting in enormous cultural diversity, a wealth of domesticated species, and extensive landscape modifications. Yada, 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 yada. You can read this for yourself. It gets into it, and it answers our questions. Each one of these sources answers the argument to what we was having on YK. And I'm going to get back to the video here in just a second. But I also got to show you something real quick. Now, I'm not going to get into this next couple of sources because they all run off one. Well, there's four sources that's going to run off one source, but I just want to show you the next few sources here. The next two sources are what they are teaching kids. This one, Caleb, go get Tyson. This one is for 8th through 12th grade. Investigating the first peoples of the Clovis child burial. This is a curriculum. You know, ABOs have a problem with curriculum. But this is important because this is teaching people about the archaeological record at an earlier age, more specifically, 8th grade type shit. So you can kind of go through this report. It's 78 pages. You can try to falsify some information, find something to disagree with it, whatever the case you need to do. But I'm here to provide you not only with the resources, but also show you how research is obtained and what you got to do. Now, I've showed this before on Science with Sean, so that's why if you're in the chat and it looks familiar to you, that's because of Science with Sean. Now, this is for the kiddos, right? These are facts for kids about ANZIC 1 and ANZIC 2. They talk about ANZIC 1 going on through here, providing information for everything. Yeah. They teaching kids this stuff. And we got adults that don't know this shit. We don't. You know what I'm saying? You got adults that don't know this shit. But they teaching the kids this shit. Straight up and down. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, like I said before, I'm gonna get into this one source, and then the next three are gonna work together. Well, four, well, really three. So, ancient DNA evidence reveals genetic exchanges between the Americas. What y'all think this is saying? I tried to tell bro that his whole argument about how the Polynesian DNA shows up in the Americas and is clearly isolated is because they all came from an ancestral root. In the ancestral root, the two split. When them ancestral A and ancestral B, when ancestral A goes down California, everybody else kept flowing that same way. They kept on, and then when they began to isolate, you had one group of people that just stayed by themselves. That's why you see people in the Amazon sharing the ANZIC 1, sharing ancestry with ANZIC 1. Because a lot of these motherfuckers do. And a lot of them share with ANZIC 2. I try to make the argument. But look, remains 11,000-year-old Chile. I should read this to you, but it's not really it's regurgitating information that we've already put forth before, but I needed to put that on the screen for everybody to know. Now, this is also important in killing two birds with one stone. This is the mitogenome. Evidence shows two radiation events and dispersals of matrilineal ancestry from northern coastal China to the Americas and Japan. Caleb, see him. So I'm just gonna get a highlights. Native American lineage D4H3A can trace its ancestry to northern coastal China. Radiations of D4H contribute to gene pools of Native Americans and Japanese. Coastal radiations of D4H support the coastal route of early Native Americans. That ain't the only haplogroup that can do this type of work. There's several more. And where they coming from and how they get to where they getting. So if you got time, you can find a study. Look, you ain't even got to read this source. It's too deep. So there's a live science article that I put in here that you can extract from that may be a little bit more for the lay person. This was published last year, and it shows some of the first Ice Age humans who ventured into America came from China, DNA suggests, right? And it's using some relatively quickly. And that's a lot of y'all in the chat can read this right here. You know what I'm saying? It's easy work for y'all. But to the abos, I got something for the people who ain't got number 3 minutes. If you ain't got number 3 minutes, Aboriginals, excuse the noise. This right here is an article for you. Yeah, this little article for you is still a piss you off. And it still has the sources highlighted in orange. But this is more your speed. It's a little easier read for you slow folk. You know what I'm saying? And you can get into that. And this, all of this is dealing with the study that I just showed first. So let me see if y'all can hear the sound again, because I want to get back to the video. Hey, y'all let me know if y'all can hear this. Real quick, B. I got you, B. Listen, I want to show y'all something, and then I'm gonna come right back to it. I promise you this. So just let me just bring up something real quick and make this easy for all of us, because I'm not trying to lead y'all astray. I'm gonna bring us right back to my argument about the Americas, and I don't even give a fuck if you read it or not. I'm going.
DNA is telling on them. The DNA is exposing.
I
them.
agree.
So
I'm with you 100% on that.
Okay, so when you, that's why I asked you, like, when it comes to the theory of Ivan Van Sertima, like, I just want to know, like, where would these Africans be at? Because the only people that has evidence of being here, as far as like earliest times, we don't want to say first, but
I never said that I agree with Ivan Van Sertima.
No, hold on.
I know. Here long before. I don't agree with that. I think there may have been some, but I don't think it was a large population.
All right, what I'm saying, all right, cool. But what I'm saying is the only people that have like evidence of coming here is those Asian people. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Which particular group is you know, that's the semantics that Sean will get into. But you know, those are the people that have the evidence of being the earliest people. You know,
I agree with you on
so that's all he's trying to show you. Now the Kelp Highway is a theory. You know what I'm saying? It's just showing you the Bering Strait coming down along the side of, you know, the West Coast. It's just showing you how they may have got here. You know what I'm saying?
And now, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with any of that.
Yeah, that's all.
Hey, look, get that package off. All right, now, hold on. Damn. I got my shit, but I'm sharing one screen, but I got it on another screen, and I'm getting ready to switch it. But anyway, my point is this, bro. All right, so my point is this. I had it on this channel. The science. Now, after what I showed, yeah, he there. Now, what I just showed y'all is important. Watch what he just do, and I might go back to my sources to clean him up. But watch this.
Could you share the screen for me? There we go. The most exciting potential here we go. Hold on. The most exciting potential explanation of the DNA findings is that ancestors of the Bodocudo once interbred with those of Polynesian before the peopling of the Americas 15,000 to 20,000 years ago. So I'm telling you that there's a Polynesian strain of DNA that is only in South America. It's not in Mexico. It's not in North America. It's only in South America, meaning that the Polynesians were able to make it. I don't know if most people know where the Polynesian islands are, where Easter Island is.
That's not saying that it was Polynesian.
Hold on. It's in the middle of, so it's Polynesian DNA, but it's not the Polynesians.
Right.
So
that means they could have admixed with someone that was in Polynesia and carried that DNA across, because you would also genetically, you would also have the Novasan and Neanderthal genetics in you as well, because all of the native, or the who we're calling Paleo Indians, carried those two genetic types from those archaic humans.
Which proves my point even more that the people that came through, which proves my point even more, because if you check the people that came through the Bering Strait,
that doesn't.
If you check the people that came through the Bering Strait, they will carry those genetic markers that you're speaking of right now with the European, with the
even the isolated group.
They will carry that DNA signature. I'm telling you that the DNA signature that is found inside of South America and the Amazon is only found in South America and the Amazon, meaning that those
there's an isolated group. I'm telling you where all they come from. Bro, I gotta get you this.
I didn't cut you off when you were talking.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It says right here that the DNA findings is that the ancestors of the Bodocudo once interbred with those of the Polynesians before The peopling of the Americas 15 to 20,000 years ago. That's letting you know that 15 to 20,000 years ago, those people from the Polynesian islands, as primitive as they are to this very day, still hunter-gatherers to this very day, they were able to make it from the middle of nowhere. I don't know if y'all stop. I don't know if you know that the Polynesian islands and Easter Island and all of them are in the middle of nowhere. It's really hard to make it anywhere from there, and it's very hard to find those islands. It's very hard to get there. So those people somehow were found in the Amazon, and only in the Amazon.
No.
They weren't found in the Maya. They weren't found. No, stop. They weren't found. I didn't cut you off when you were talking. They weren't found in the Native Americans. They were only found in the people who resided within South America, within the Amazon jungle. Those people had interbred with Polynesians before the peopling of the Americas 15 to 20,000 years ago. That lets you know that.
Now he don't understand that the article was basically saying the interbred took place in Asia, East Asia. He don't understand that. He's thinking that the Polynesians came to America and began to interbred with them here in the Americas. And that is not what the article was saying. He didn't read the rest. He didn't read the rest of the article. One or more Asian types seen now in the vast majority of extinct Native Americans, and earlier types seen in skeletons in Brazil and elsewhere that resemble some African groups, Australians, Melanesians, and Polynesians, such as the Easter Islanders. He didn't read this right. His interpretation of this particular source led him to believe that the article was saying something that it's not even insinuating. Listen to him.
Somehow the Polynesians made it over here 15 to 20,000 years ago.
It doesn't say that the Polynesians came over here. It says the most exciting potential explanation of the DNA finding is that ancestors of the Bodocudo once interbred with those of Polynesians before the peopling of the Americas 15 to 20,000 years ago. When I just showed y'all that a few sources back, even on his screen, and I caught this during the live, but because I wasn't trying to be an asshole, I just let him rock out because I said, you know what, I'm going to clean it up and I'm going to do a whole show. So now I can be clear and precise. Bosco, Booski, B, you didn't read this source correctly. Why you didn't read the source correctly? Because it didn't say none of the shit that you just said. Now, everybody in the chat can see this shit live. I'm going to run it back again, and y'all can clip it and send it to him because I don't know no way to contact the brother. I don't know no way to contact the brother. So one more time, we're going to use his source. But first, we got to use his words.
I'll be needing, so thank you.
Okay. All right. So now we can get to the Atlantic shit. Go ahead, because you had something you wanted to say.
Hey, YK, you still there?
Yeah, he there.
Could you share the screen for me? There we go. The most exciting potential here we go. Hold on. The most exciting potential explanation of the DNA findings is that ancestors of the Bodocudo once interbred with those of Polynesian before.
He reads the goddamn source, y'all. He's reading the source. Watch.
The peopling of the Americas 15,000 to 20,000 years ago. So I'm telling.
Pause. Anybody hear that? He read it. He read the source. If I had that button that says it was in this moment he knew that he had fucked up. I would insert it right here. It was in this moment he knew that he had fucked up. One more time, Booski Bosco. Yeah, he there.
Could you share the screen for me? There we go. The most exciting potential here we go. Hold on. The most exciting potential explanation of the DNA findings is that ancestors of the Botocudo once interbred with those of Polynesian before the peopling of the Americas 15,000 to 20,000 years ago. So I'm telling you that there's a Polynesian strain of DNA that is only in South America. It's not in Mexico. It's not in North America. It's only in South America, meaning that the Polynesians were able to make it. I don't know if most people know where the Polynesian islands are, where Easter
But
Island
that's
is.
not saying that it was
Wait,
Polynesian.
hold on. It's in the middle of so
now. I just sit here and told him the first time. That is not saying that it was Polynesians, though. He doubled down on his shit and his fuckery. He said what he said. And I'm saying that you're wrong. He's saying he is right. Yeah, he there.
Could you share the screen for me? There we go. The most exciting potential here we go. Hold on. The most exciting potential explanation of the DNA findings is that ancestors of the Botocudo once interbred with those of Polynesian before the peopling of the Americas 15,000 to 20,000 years ago. So
is everybody on board that it says the most exciting potential explanation of the DNA findings is that ancestors of the Botocudo once interbred with those of Polynesians before the peopling of the Americas 15 to 20,000 years ago. So in the very first sentence, it's telling us that there was a group of people that interbred with Polynesians before peopling the Americas, which goes back to an article I showed earlier that said it happened in Asia. So hold on real quick, because I know Desmond in the chat, and Desmond is scratching his head, and Desmond is like, hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. Khalil, that's not his argument. His argument, Bosco argument, was that Polynesians reached the Americas before. He was saying, so how can Polynesians reach the Americas before West Africans? And then I said that didn't happen. And then he argued that yes, it did, because they have a haplogroup here in the Americas that's found in the Amazon and no other place. And then I told him that is through isolation, that people migrated into the Americas, and when they isolated, you see that, but they carried those genetic traits from the admixture over there on the east side of, well, it would be west of they shit. I said it happened back in Asia, bro. Southeast Asia. That's why I said Southeast Asia. He like, nah, it didn't how? And he's like, how could that happen? They had to come over here and do it. No, it happened before they ever came and populated the Americas. That's what it says right there. That's what it says. But listen to him. Yeah, he there.
Could you share the screen for me? There we go. The most exciting potential here we go. Hold on. The most exciting potential explanation of the DNA findings is that ancestors of the Botocudo once interbred with those of Polynesian before the peopling of the Americas 15,000 to 20,000 years ago. So I'm telling you that there's a Polynesian strain of DNA that is only in South America. It's not in Mexico. It's not in North America. It's only in South America, meaning that the Polynesians were able to make it. I don't know if most people know where the Polynesian islands are, where Easter
But
Island
that's
is.
not saying that it was
Wait,
Polynesian.
hold on. It's in the middle of, so it's Polynesian DNA, but it's not the Polynesians.
Right.
So
that means they could have admixed with someone that was in Polynesia and carried that DNA across, because you would also genetically, you would also have Denovisan and Neanderthal genetics in you as well, because all of the native, or the who we're calling Paleo Indians, carried those two genetic types from those archaic humans.
Which
So
proves
this
my
is not
point
saying
even
that
more, that the
Polynesians
people
were
that came
here.
through, which proves my point even more, because if you check the people that came through the Bering Strait,
That doesn't.
if you check the people that came through the Bering Strait, they will carry those genetic markers that you're speaking of right
Correct.
now with the European, with the
Even the
Mongoloid.
isolated group.
They will carry that DNA signature. I'm telling you that the DNA signature that is found inside of South America in the Amazon is only found in South America and the Amazon, meaning that.
See, you see what he said? He said that the DNA that's found in South America among the Amazon is the only place where this DNA is found. It is not the only place where the DNA is found. It migrated to isolate itself in the Amazon. It came the same route as everyone else did, either through the Beringer or the Kelp Highway. No matter what he says, the admixture took place in East Asia 15 to 20,000 years ago. They interbred. The Bodo Kudo interbred with Polynesians. But he, some kind of way, is doubling down on his ignorance here. Humans.
Which
So
proves
this
my
is not
point
saying
even
that
more, that the
Polynesians
people
were
that came
here.
through, which proves my point even more, because if you check the people that came through the Bering Strait,
That doesn't.
if you check the people that came through the Bering Strait, they will carry those genetic markers that you're speaking of right
Correct.
now with the European, with the
Even the
Mongoloid.
isolated group.
They will carry that DNA signature. I'm telling you that the DNA signature that is found inside of South America in the Amazon is only found in South America and the Amazon, meaning that
No,
those
there's an isolated group. I'm telling you where all they come from. Bro, I gotta get you this.
I didn't cut you off when you were talking.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It says right here that the DNA findings is that the ancestors of the Bodo Kudo once interbred with those of the Polynesians before the peopling of the Americas 15 to 20,000 years ago. That's letting you know that
No. If you reading a source, how are you concluding what you just concluded, saying that the Polynesian people came to America? Listen to him.
Interbred with those of the Polynesians before the peopling of the Americas 15 to 20,000 years ago. That's letting you know that 15 to 20,000 years ago, those people from the Polynesian islands, as primitive as they are to this very day, still hunter-gatherers to this very day, they were able to make it from the middle of nowhere. I don't know if stop. I don't know if you know that the Polynesian islands and Easter Island and all of them are in the middle of nowhere. It's really hard to make it anywhere from there, and it's very hard to find those islands. It's very hard to get there. So those people somehow were found in the Amazon, and only in the Amazon.
No.
They weren't found in the Maya. They weren't found. No, stop. They weren't found. I didn't cut you off when you were talking. They weren't found in the Native Americans. They were only found in the people who resided within South America.
That is incorrect. It is specifically telling you that this admixture transpired in East Asia 15 to 20,000 years ago. Now he's trying to flip it and say that the Polynesians, this DNA mark, this genetic marker could only be found in the Americas because he is ignorant of Haplogroup C1. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to do this live. I don't know what bro like to like to get on YouTube and talk about. I know he fights against Abos, but this is why I asked him to look up Haplogroup C1. When I asked him to look up Haplogroup C1, he didn't want to share his screen because what's the name? I stepped away, and YK the Truth stepped away, and he didn't want to deal with this. So I just want to kind of keep this just simple as possible. Haplogroup C is believed to have risen in East Asia some 24,000 years before present. It is the descendant of the haplogroup M. You will hear me when I bring up the map show that this shit comes from M. Haplogroup C shares 6 mutations downstream, okay, of the MRCA haplogroup M and haplogroup Z. So listen, haplogroup C is found in Northeast Asia, including Siberia, and where? The Americas, where this brother claims that this C group is isolated and comes from the Polynesians. No, nigga, it comes from East Asia, where we've been saying, and that's how it got there through the migratorial patterns of yes, that. So let's just go a little bit step further. You know what I'm saying? Let me go back a little bit. Let's pull the map up. Where the map at? Map, where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Haplogroup C. Let's get into it, Haplogroup C. Get on the screen, bruh. Get on the screen, bruh. For the people. Get big. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Haplogroup C. You know, the same C that this motherfucker says had to come from the Polynesians. Come on, man. I just needed to show that because it come from M. Come on, bro. You don't understand DNA. You could have quickly corrected yourself and conceded, but you kept arguing.
The Amazon jungle. Those people had interbred with Polynesians before the peopling, before the people.
Hear his claim? He is arguing. He is arguing the source incorrectly. This leads to a comprehension problem. He clearly assumes that there's people in the Amazon that interbred. These people that he's claiming is in the Amazon are Native Americans, is what he's saying. They're the indigenous people. He's saying that there was people that was already in the Amazon and they interbred with the Polynesians. That's how the haplogroup got there. That is not how the haplogroup got there. It got there through the same migratorial patterns that I just showed from the haplogroup migration, proving the fact that he misrepresented the source and he's doubling down on it. So now let's hear him all the way through uninterrupted. Yeah, he there.
Could you share the screen for me? There we go. The most exciting potential here we go. Hold on. The most exciting potential explanation of the DNA findings is that ancestors of the Boda Kudo once interbred with those of Polynesian before the peopling of the Americas 15,000 to 20,000 years ago. So I'm telling you that there's a Polynesian strain of DNA that is only in South America. It's not in Mexico. It's not in North America. It's only in South America, meaning that the Polynesians were able to make it. I don't know if most people know where the Polynesian islands are, where Easter Island is.
That's not saying that it was Polynesian.
Hold on. It's in the middle of, so it's Polynesian DNA, but it's not the Polynesians.
Right.
So
that means they could have admixed with someone that was in Polynesia and carried that DNA across, because you would also genetically, you would also have Denovisan and Neanderthal genetics in you as well, because all of the native, or the who we're calling Paleo Indians, carried those two genetic types from those archaic humans.
Which
So
proves
this
my
is not
point
saying
even
that
more that the
Polynesians
people
were
that came
here.
through, which proves my point even more, because if you check the people that came through the Bering Strait,
That doesn't.
if you check the people that came through the Bering Strait, they will carry those genetic markers that you're speaking of right now with the European, with the
Even the
Mongoloid,
isolated group.
they will carry that DNA signature. I'm telling you that the DNA signature that is found inside of South America in the Amazon is only found in South America and the Amazon, meaning that those
there's an isolated group. I'm telling you where all they come from. Bro, I gotta get you this.
I didn't cut you off when you were talking.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It says right here that the DNA findings is that the ancestors of the Botocudo once interbred with those of the Polynesians before the peopling of the Americas 15 to 20,000 years ago. That's letting you know that 15 to 20,000 years ago, those people from the Polynesian islands, as primitive as they are to this very day, still hunter-gatherers to this very day, they were able to make it from the middle of nowhere. I don't know if y'all stop. I don't know if you know that the Polynesian islands and Easter Island and all of them are in the middle of nowhere. It's really hard to make it anywhere from there, and it's very hard to find those islands. It's very hard to get there. So those people somehow were found in the Amazon, and only in the Amazon. They weren't found in the Maya. They weren't found. No, stop. They weren't found. I didn't cut you off when you were talking. They weren't found in the Native Americans. They were only found in the people who resided within South America, within the Amazon jungle. Those people had interbred with Polynesians before the peopling of the Americas 15 to 20,000 years ago. That lets you know that somehow the Polynesians made it over here 15 to 20,000 years ago.
That's not what it says. That's not what, read the article. That's not what it says. It's before this is before people start coming into the place, bro. Before, and that isolated group is a Native American haplogroup. Look, I tried to be nice. I tried to work with the brother. I tried to get him out of his own way, but he clearly made the insinuation and error over and over and over again. He don't know what he talking about. He read it 4 times, y'all. He's read it 4 times. And every time he read the same line, he makes the mistake. He is saying, and you heard him in his own words say, that there were people already in the Amazonian region. The Polynesians made it over here to those people, interbred with those people before everybody else started populating the Americas. You heard his error. Again, for the people in the rear, this, when I said that there was a comprehension problem, I meant it. Yeah, he there.
Could you share the screen for me? There we go. The most exciting potential here we go. Hold on. The most exciting potential explanation of the DNA findings is that ancestors of the Botocudo once interbred with those of Polynesian before the peopling of the Americas 15,000 to 20,000 years ago. So I'm telling you that there's a Polynesian strain of DNA that is only in South America. It's not in Mexico. It's not in North America. It's only in South America, meaning that the Polynesians were able to make it. I don't know if most people know where the Polynesian islands are, where Easter Island is.
That's not saying that it was Polynesian.
Hold on. It's in the middle of, so it's Polynesian DNA, but it's not the Polynesians.
Right.
So
that means they could have admixed with someone that was in Polynesia and carried that DNA across, because you would also genetically, you would also have Denovisan and Neanderthal genetics in you as well, because all of the native, or the who we're calling Paleo Indians, carried those two genetic types from those archaic humans.
Which proves my point even more that the people that came through, which proves my point even more, because if you check the people that came through the Bering Strait,
that doesn't.
If you check the people that came through the Bering Strait, they will carry those genetic markers that you're speaking of right now with the European, with the
even the isolated group.
they will carry that DNA signature. I'm telling you that the DNA signature that is found inside of South America in the Amazon is only found in South America and the Amazon, meaning that
No,
those
there's an isolated group. I'm telling you where all they come from. Bro, I gotta get you this.
I didn't cut you off when you were talking.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It says right here that the DNA findings is that the ancestors of the Botocudo once interbred with those of the Polynesians before the peopling of the Americas 15 to 20,000 years ago. That's letting you know that 15 to 20,000 years ago, those people from the Polynesian islands, as primitive as they are to this very day, still hunter-gatherers to this very.
Yeah, he there.
Could you share the screen for me? There we go. The most exciting potential here we go. Hold on. The most exciting potential explanation of the DNA findings is that ancestors of the Botocudo once interbred with those of Polynesian before the peopling of the Americas 15,000 to 20,000 years ago. So I'm telling you that there's a Polynesian strain of DNA that is only in South America. It's not in Mexico. It's not in North America. It's only in South America, meaning that the Polynesians were able to make it. I don't know if most people know where the Polynesian islands are, where Easter Island is.
That's not saying that it was Polynesian.
Hold on. It's in the middle of, so it's Polynesian DNA, but it's not the Polynesians.
Right.
So
that means they could have admixed with someone that was in Polynesia and carried that DNA across, because you would also genetically, you would also have the Novosan and Neanderthal genetics in you as well, because all of the native, or the who we're calling Paleo Indians, carried those two genetic types from those archaic humans.
Which proves my point even more that the people that came through, which proves my point even more, because if you check the people that came through the Bering Strait,
that doesn't.
If you check the people that came through the Bering Strait, they will carry those genetic markers that you're speaking of right now with the European, with the
even the isolated group.
They will carry that DNA signature. I'm telling you that the DNA signature that is found inside of South America in the Amazon is only found in South America and the Amazon, meaning that those
there's an isolated group. I'm telling you where all they come from. Bro, I gotta get you this.
I didn't cut you off when you were talking.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It says right here that the DNA findings is that the ancestors of the Botocudo once interbred with those of the Polynesians before the peopling of the Americas 15 to 20,000 years ago. That's letting you know that 15 to 20,000 years ago, those people from the Polynesian islands, as primitive as they are to this very day, still hunter-gatherers to this very day, they were able to make it from the middle of nowhere. I don't know if stop. I don't know if you know that the Polynesian islands and Easter Island and all of them are in the middle of nowhere. It's really hard to make it anywhere from there, and it's very hard to find those islands. It's very hard to get there. So those people somehow were found in the Amazon, and only in the Amazon. No. They weren't found in the Maya. They weren't found. No, stop. They weren't found. I didn't cut you off when you were talking. They weren't found in the Native Americans. They were only found in the people who resided within South America, within the Amazon jungle. Those people had interbred with Polynesians before the peopling of the Americas 15 to 20,000 years ago. That lets you know that somehow the Polynesians made it over here 15 to 20,000 years ago.
They didn't. That's not what it says. That's not what, read the article. That's not what it says. It's before this is before people start coming into the place, bro. Before, and that isolated group is a Native American haplogroup. It just went away and went to a distant place, and then they didn't migrate with all
why
the
is
other
it that this
people.
DNA? Why is it that this DNA signature does not carry any Neanderthal DNA? Why is it that it doesn't carry any European DNA? Why is it that it doesn't carry any of the other ones? It is specifically
because it's isolation, bro.
Sean. Wait, Sean. Hold on. I don't think he understands. Chris, give me a second, bro. I'm about to step away for a little bit. I'm just, please, one mic, man. Be respectful.
I'm
being real respectful. I think what Sean got to do is, Sean, explain to him what an isolated group is, so he can understand what he's reading.
Right. So, okay. So basically, you have a group of people that come out and migrate. They come in a place together, but then they go in separate paths. Remember, these people are entering and populating the Americas in small groups, because that's just how people migrated. This isolated group, if you look at the haplogroup map of the entire world, whether you look at 23andMe, Ancestors, whoever the case may be, you will see this isolated group take the same migrational pattern, but then they venture off into the very said place that you just said and isolated, only to mingle within their own. They didn't mingle outside, meaning no one came to them and they didn't migrate beyond the point of where they entered. This is how you get that haplogroup stationary. And that's the key. That's the key of isolation, because now they're just that haplogroup becomes and originates in itself. So for instance, if today, us African Americans, if we all, I don't know where we could go, but if we all went somewhere and stayed somewhere and isolated ourselves from, 10 million of us isolated ourselves from the other 30 million and every other haplogroup around there, distinctively, we would become our own over time. And that is what happened in that migrational period. I'm trying to say.
So you're proving my point that this isolated people within the Polynesian islands somehow intermix. Stop. This isolated
Polynesians did not migrate. Those people were Southeast Asians who had interbred with Polynesians, etc., prior to, and they carry the genetic.
You can't call it an isolated DNA and also say that people mix with them all in the same breath. That's an oxymoron.
Marker. Just listen to me. They carry a genetic marker with them on their migration into the new world. There's no Polynesian.
From where?
From the Kelp Highway and through the Bering Strait.
Yet these Polynesians had a pure DNA by the time that they made it to the south. Wait.
It doesn't say that they had a pure DNA at all. He clearly did not understand the source. He doesn't understand isolation. He doesn't understand migratorial patterns, and he damn sure doesn't understand haplogroups and how they come to be. This is a clear distinction, right? Of someone who has a lack of comprehension. Clear. Like, yo, like, what are we doing here, bro? Like, really, what are we doing here? On a for real.
So wait. No, because they're able to isolate the
haplogroup.
You have to stop. You have to stop because when you're talking, I don't speak. I sit here quiet. I sit here quietly while you speak.
No, I'm asking you to do me a favor.
I sit here quietly while you speak.
I'm asking you to pull the haplogroup map up so I can show you, so you can visually see it. I'm going to let you talk, but I'm just asking because YK's not here and you're sharing your screen, if you could pull up an haplogroup map of the entire world so we can see where this isolated group came from.
The haplogroup of the Native Americans and the Mexicans, do they carry any of the European DNA signature with them when they come over here?
When they admix with them, they will.
Yeah. So they admixed with them before they came over here, so they carried that DNA signature with them, right?
When they admix with them, they will, bro.
So they admix with those European. So they admix with those Europeans prior to leaving and going across the Bering Straits.
That's listen to me.
I'm asking you a question. Did they mix with those Europeans prior to leaving and coming across the Bering Straits?
What I am telling you, brother, is that these Polynesians that you keep...
No, not the Polynesians. I'm talking about the Native Americans and the Mexicans that you're talking about.
The Native Americans and why? See, this is where he's confused at and he's showing his ignorance. Listen, the Paleo Indians entered the Americas with ancestral admixture of East Asians and Northeast Siberians. We just went through that entire science. This is why I'm saying I'm killing two birds with one stone. in the admixtures, somewhere down their genetic lineage, these people also, I'm saying that the grandparents of the Native Americans also admixed with the Denisovan and Neanderthal because they carry genetic markers in the facial structure at the nose, cheek, lip, and chin area that proves it. Their biological makeup of their facial expression proves it. But some kind of way, it hadn't dawned on this brother for 40 minutes now. We're approaching 40 minutes now that he misinterpreted the source.
They're the same people. Okay.
Sean, can I get in this real quick? Can I get into this real quick?
No, stop.
I know what he asked.
No. Did those people who peopled the America, did they carry that European DNA signature with them as they came into the Americas?
They carried archaic.
Are you asking me or Sean?
Sean.
Go ahead, Chris.
No, I'm asking Sean.
All right.
Did those people that came across the Bering Straits, when they came across the Bering Straits, did they carry that European DNA signature with them across the Bering Straits?
What DNA signature are you speaking about?
I don't
know.
There are many
of them.
Wait, no, I'm not even asking you. He said that these people admixed with the Europeans and carried.
I'm asking the question for clarity.
I said Polynesians. You said
I'm not talking about Polynesians. I'm talking about the people that
Southeast Asians. Bro,
Southeast Asians. Okay, wait. So wait. Southeast
let me know when you're back, bro.
Southeast Asians. Did they carry the European DNA signature before they came to the Americas? That's the question I'm asking.
Why would they carry? Listen, why would they carry a European DNA with them when they're doing their own thing?
Because they come from Southeast Asia all the way into the Americas. You have to pass through Europeans.
Have you looked at the L3 migration out of Africa?
Absolutely. And I'm asking you. You said, wait, do Native Americans? Do Native? Wait. Do Native Americans carry a European DNA strand of any sort?
I'm gonna pull it up for you, and when he get back, I'll answer your question with evidence.
No, you can answer it now because you know it.
I'm gonna answer your question.
Do Native Americans carry
I'm
the
going
same?
to answer your question with evidence.
Do Native Americans carry a European DNA signature? That's all I'm asking.
What I'm asking you to do.
Because you're not answering my question. You're demurring, which is answering a question with a question. Did those Native Americans that peopled the Americas, the North American continent? North America, you said that North America and Canada.
They're carrying everything that they admixed with into the Americas.
And all I'm asking is, did they admix with Europeans at some point before they came into the Americas?
They admixed with Neanderthal and Denisovan specifically, and it had had everything else coming out of that, which is why that's why I brought up L3, because L3 is going to run you into which Europeans? Because L3 is going to run you into RN and M. That's going to take you all over the place to DC, ABF, and all these other places that we're going to get into. So what I am saying is, when they crossed the Bering Straits and the Kelp Highway, and I kept saying this, the isolated group that you're referring to is C. Are you not?
Yes.
Right. So where did C come into play? Because C was north of America. It was around Canada area. That's why I said if we pull the Haplogroup map out, we will see where C is and then how this shit comes into the Americas and isolates. It doesn't isolate up off the Polynesians, which, depending on how you want to shape it, you didn't say Australoids, you said Polynesians.
This is why I asked you a question. Is India in Asia?
Indian haplogroups are going to be around R, N, and M, bro. And then when it branches
they will
off,
share a similar haplogroup as the Asians.
Let me finish. When it branches off going toward the fucking Asians or the Chinese or wherever we want to call these people, it begins to start mutating, and then it becomes other shit. That's where we get the E's and the B's, the F's, the D's. That's where we get all of that. And then you start seeing them go in different directions. I'm following you on what you're saying because in Hawaii, you see Haplogroup B.
Now, I'm telling you that the DNA signature that is found in South America is not found in North America.
Listen, it's found in Canada first.
No, it's not.
A, B, C, D, and X is found in Canada.
The Polynesian DNA signature that is found in the Amazon is not found in North America.
And my point is from two genetic tests done on the old. Listen, bro, how you got a computer in front of you and you can't Google this shit? I told him to pull up Haplogroup C earlier on, and he's still fighting the fact that he had a source on the screen that he has a belief. And I tell him that. I said, you have a belief at this point. This is where your ignorance lies. But because you can't concede to the point that I'm making, you making yourself look bad. But in the middle of an argument between two people among people that don't follow the subject matter, they think that he had a valid fucking argument. The entire time he is misrepresenting the source. Oldest women that were found in the Americas, those other haplogroups, B, D, C, and A, come from those women. We're arguing the same shit. I need to correct myself. It ain't necessarily, it's not two women. It's how they get to the point to where they got to with that information is because of ANZIC 1 and ANZIC 2. And then other information began to flow in beyond the point of the ANZICs. Things that help them map out the genome. So if I can be more specific, when they began to map the genome out, that led them to additional information that would suffice and be able to help answer more specifically and deal with the evidence appropriately. So I just wanted to correct myself. In a different form, but I'm throwing something else in there because
the oldest haplogroup found in and
you're
North
talking
American.
About C, bro. C didn't
it's B2.
Here.
B2 is the oldest. B2.
He gonna tell me the oldest haplogroup because he's Googling right now. We're not talking about the oldest haplogroup, nigga. You just mentioned the Polynesians and said that they came into the Americas and mixed with the Native Americans. So now you're saying they're two separate people when they're not. That never happened. You read that source wrong. And I know everything about the Blackfoot Indians and the fact that B2 is the oldest by 17,000 years. I knew that information. I'm not Googling on the fly. Look at your screen. Look at the screen. He's looking at something that he Googled, the oldest haplogroup. That's not even a part of the conversation. This is the error that people make when they argue live. They try to argue themselves into a conversation or argue themselves out of a conversation, and they do it on the spot. Instead of facing us and having a conversation, he is more than likely Googling and looking up shit because he's unprepared to have a conversation. Whereas I'm sitting here, just came from Walmart. I had groceries. I was putting shit up and I was still having a conversation with these niggas while I was doing that. So all that ruffling and sex you're hearing me move around and drop and all of that, that's proof positive. So the whole time I'm listening to them, I'm putting up my groceries and I'm arguing with them. This lets me know that they knew nothing. When I introduced the Kelp Highway to them, they did not know that. All they knew was the Bering Strait. This lead dude had shut the fuck up for the whole 40 minutes while I'm arguing with Bosco. And he don't even know what's going on, but he's going to come back. He's going to say some stupid shit. C came from a mutation of something else. It was not there because you guess where you can find C. You can find C up there in Upper Europe, around Russia, some goddamn where. You find it up there in that area. So it's not something new.
But they knew that this was specifically Polynesian.
Bro, it's not specific. It mutated and isolated itself because B stayed on the south coast, western coast of South America. D went and posted up in the south of South America. C went and posted up in the Brazilian area or closer over there in that. Yeah, we'll just say in the northeast or eastern part of South America. But D is also found in northern Cali near what is that, Oregon or Washington or some shit.
But not in the same amounts that is found in South America. Letting you know that people from South America probably made it into North America and shared that haplogroup because the signature is stronger the further you get south.
I said you need to read Jennifer Raff's A Genetic History of the Americas. The book is called Origin. She breaks down this according to all the scientific data that is available about 2 migrations that transpired.
So why is it that they specifically talk about the Polynesian DNA found in South America, but they never talk about this DNA in North America?
Okay, so which haplogroup is Polynesian? What haplogroup, bro?
You know what? Go ahead.
I'm asking a question. Which haplogroup is Polynesian?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Because also this
don't tell me to go ahead. Answer my question. Which
you haven't answered none of my questions, but you keep telling me to answer questions.
I did answer your question. Every question that you asked, I told you they isolated. C isolated itself from A, B, and D, and definitely X. You're not saying anything about X isolating itself in Canada some goddamn where, just chilling, and then other motherfuckers coming back into X. You never said that. But you said you keep talking about C, but you never mentioned X. Why is that? The X did the same goddamn thing. My point is this.
I just want to say something real quick. It says Polynesians and Native Americans met. Wait. Polynesians and Native Americans met at some point in history, letting you know that the Native Americans share a separate haplogroup.
It never said that. It never said that. There's no science that says Native Americans and Polynesians met somewhere. The source he read never said that. And genetic evidence doesn't say that, because the admixture that makes up the Native American population comes from the grandparents who at some point met up with the Polynesians 15 to 20,000 years ago, or a little further back. The source said a little further back. The Bodocuda interbred with the Polynesians about 15 to 20,000 years ago. That's what his ancestral parent is coming in at.
Group than the Polynesians. So that's how they're able to decipher that at some point the Polynesians and the Native Americans met. This is the Stanford University study of the haplogroup.
Okay, you back?
What's good?
All right, I need to share my screen, bro.
Polynesians and Native Americans met at some point in history.
All right, I'm ready for it.
During that time, people from the two cultures produced children with both Native American and Polynesian DNA. Meaning
and at 1:30, my bad, Lowski. At 1:30, I'm gonna wrap it up. So
that's
I know
cool.
Sean.
That's cool. This right here answers the whole goddamn thing, the complex of all of it. So what I'm asking again is what is the Polynesian haplogroup?
Go ahead.
Okay. So again, I'm asking, what is the Polynesian haplogroup? Because as you can see from the haplogroup map, that the only thing that could possibly be would be in red. So what would that represent in red? And right here, they have the age and years. So when you said at some point Polynesians came across this motherfucker and started doing this, that, and the third, that is not.
I didn't say that. The DNA geneticist said that. I read that. That was quote unquote.
Let me finish. What I am telling you is that the DNA didn't say that. The geneticist didn't say that. The author of the article, whose last name is Pina, didn't say that. The author specifically said somewhere in East Asia. Somewhere in East Asia, the grandparents of let me just be specific. The Botocudo and the Polynesians interbred with one another. We can look at the haplogroup map and we can go to East Asia and we can go to Polynesians. We know that the islands are Polynesians, right? These islands. So what we can do is we can look at B in the blue. And then we see E over there. Somewhere between this red arrow or blue arrow, there was somewhere along these islands somewhere, there was some interbreeding that transpired. Now, the parents or the grandparents would later be the Native Americans. Some of them stem from the interbred that transpired between them too. But he ain't listening. Motherfuckers carried in this shit. You see this green up here? This green arrow where they migrate into this motherfucker and start splitting and going places? This is how we know where isolation transpires. Because before Columbus ever gets here, look at the behavior of A. Just specifically speaking of A. A goes into the eastern part of the United States and posts up by itself. B says, I ain't going nowhere. I'm going to chill right here. But then later goes down and chills in South America. A now is found in two particular parts. Well, three, because you got to include Canada. D is like, well, we small, but we here in North America and we're down in South America. C is the one that you're referring to that isolates itself and even ends up in the island area. But where does C come from? C comes from off of A, B, D, X. So if
where is B coming from?
Okay, you don't see B? Go back and look at the
B.
blue.
I'm looking at the map right now. I see B.
Right. B is coming from the same places that I said. When you follow L3
from the Polynesian Islands.
When you follow L3 out of Africa, you have R, N, and M. Okay, the two in question that get you going toward the Americas is.
Do you notice there's no B in Asia?
Hold on. Is N and M. M. There is B in Asia. I'm gonna show y'all something. Let me get my source up. God damn, bro. This shit difficult. Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, haplogroup B is believed to have risen in Asia some 50,000 years before present. Its ancestral haplogroup was Eurasian haplogroup R. The greatest variety of haplogroup B is in China. But y'all didn't hear that from me. Damn. All we had to do was pull this map up 30 minutes ago, bro. This is how we know where isolation transpires. Because before Columbus ever gets here, look at the behavior of A. Just specifically speaking of A. A goes into the eastern part of the United States and posts up by itself. B says, I ain't going nowhere. I'm going to chill right here. But then later goes down and chills in South America. A now is found in two particular parts. Well, three, because you got to include Canada. D is like, well, we small, but we here in North America and we're down in South America. C is the one that you're referring to that isolates itself and even ends up in the island area. But where does C come from? C comes from off of A, B, D, X. So if
where is B coming from?
Okay, you don't see B? Go back and look
I
at
see
the
B.
blue.
I'm looking at the map right now. I see B.
Right. B is coming from the same places that I said. When you follow L3
from the Polynesian islands.
When you follow L3 out of Africa, you have R, N, and M. Okay, the two in question that get you going toward the Americas is.
Do you notice there's no B in Asia?
Hold on, is N and M. M goes down into the place where you're saying M. Then Haplogroup B is believed to have arisen in Asia. The greatest variety of haplogroup B is in China. Haplogroup B is now most common among populations native to Southeast Asia. Come on, man. This dude tripping. In the words of our dear brother Westbrook, you niggas tripping. No, it does not come from the fucking Polynesians.
The two groups indeed encountered one another
My bad.
and did so before Europeans arrived in South America.
I
To
agree.
conduct the to con Okay, yeah, because this is talking about people the Native Americans that were in Colombia. And
In
where's
South
Colombia
America
located at?
specifically. In South America.
Yeah, in South America.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
So
That the
can I read?
DNA signature found in
Yes.
South America comes from the
But
Polynesians that
hold
mixed
on,
with the people who were there.
hold on. Can I read? Can I read it?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. All right. So it says, and I'm gonna use her as a quote here, and she's quoting this. It says, "Genomics at a stage where it can really make useful contributions to answering some of these open questions," said Alexander Ioannidis, PhD, a postdoctoral scholar at Stanford. "I think it's really exciting that we as data scientists and geneticists are able to contribute in a meaningful way to our understanding of human history." Before the study was conducted, proponents of Native American and Polynesian interaction reasoned that some common cultural elements, such as a similar word used for a shared agricultural staple, hinted that the two populations had mingled before the Europeans settled in South America. Those who disagreed pointed to studies with contrasting conclusions and the fact that the two groups were separated by thousands of miles of open ocean. This new study is the first to show, through conclusive genetic analysis, that the two groups indeed encountered one another and did so before Europeans arrived in South America.
I
To
agree.
conduct the study, Ioannidis, I hope I'm saying that correctly, or Ioannidis, and a team of international researchers collected genetic data from more than 800 living indigenous inhabitants of several South American countries, Mexico and Polynesia, and conducting extensive genetic analysis to find signals of common ancestry. Based on trackable, hereditable segments of DNA, the team was able to trace common genetic signatures of Native American and Polynesian DNA back hundreds of years. Now, this is what she says here. It says, "Our laboratory in Mexico has been very interested in understanding the genetic diversity of populations throughout Latin America. More generally, of underrepresented populations in genomic research," quote end quote, said Andres Moreno Estrada, PhD, professor and head of genomic services at the National Laboratory of Genomics for Biodiversity in Mexico. Quote, "Through this research, we wanted to reconstruct the ancestral roots that have shaped the diversity of these populations and answer deep, long-standing questions about the potential contact between Native Americans and Pacific Islanders connecting two of the most understudied regions of the world." A paper detailing the study was published July 8th in Nature. Ioannidis, who conducted much of this work, was a graduate student at Stanford Institute for Computational and Mathematical Engineering. I work with somebody like that, believe it or not. I'm an engineer. Anyway,
shout out to you.
And shares the lead. Yeah, I ain't getting paid what I need to be getting paid. shares lead authorship with Stanford graduate student Javier Blanco Portillo. Moreno Estrada is the senior author. Now, this is not enough. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm not saying Sean is wrong. What I'm looking for now is the methodology on this study. You know what I'm saying? That's what we would probably need, because what Sean is arguing, what I'm hearing Sean arguing is he's arguing the data. And what you're arguing is the report. You understand what I'm saying? What's being
I'm not really arguing
the
report. I'm just saying if the Polynesians were able to make it to the Americas, I think that the Africans definitely would have been able to.
But that right there is somewhat of a slippery slope.
So they made it further
because you don't want to say
with a more primitive.
No, you don't want to say just because. Well, here, let me say this. You don't want to say just because somebody else made it here, it wouldn't be too far. That means the Africans could have made it there. That is a slippery slope. That is a classic slippery slope.
I also don't agree
I'm not saying
that the Africans populated the Americas. I don't believe that either.
No, I don't teach that. And I just got off a channel with some Africans, and they was cussing me out, everything, calling me, saying all type of dirty shit to me, and I was just all like, ugh. You know, so I'm
not even on that. I'm not even trying to prove that a bunch of Africans came over here to the Americas and kickstarted civilization and all of this other stuff. I'm just saying if the Polynesians from the middle of nowhere were able to make it to the Americas. I think even by accident, some of the Africans did.
But the Polynesians.
Well, then we would need the data. We need the but we need the genetic evidence to I'm not genetic, excuse me. We're gonna need the data for you to make that conclusion. That's why I'm saying you're agreeing that it's a slippery slope. But y'all yelling at each other. It just don't need to be. You got to come with some evidence.
I'm playing devil's advocate. So I'm just here to give people information because I know he's going to disagree and he's going to bring some information.
Oh, you hear that, Sean?
So I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm just playing devil's advocate. So I'm arguing with him for no reason because I kind of agree with him. But I'm just saying if the Polynesians were able to make it here.
He kind of agree with me. He's playing devil's advocate. But his argument is if the Polynesians can get here, so too can the West Africans. And the damn study never said that Polynesians made it to the Americas. So what we have to do now to shut that bullshit down, right? We have to go and let's Google this together. Cause we can do this shit live. I don't give a fuck. Polynesian and Native American contact. So let's go to his source. In 2020, Study in Nature found that populations in Mangariva, Marquesas, and Palliser Islands and Easter Islands and genetic admixture from indigenous populations of South America with the DNA of contemporary populations of Xena people, Pacific Coast of Colombia being the closest match. Authors suggest that the genetic signatures were probably the result of a single ancient contact. They propose that an initial admixture event between indigenous South Americans and Polynesians occurred in eastern Polynesia between 1150 and 1230 CE, with a later admixture in Easter Island and around 1380 CE, but suggested other possible context scenarios, for example, Polynesian voyages to South America followed by Polynesian people returning to Polynesian South American people or carrying South American genetic heritage. Several scholars uninvolved in the study suggest that a contact event in South America was more likely. The entire time that I am arguing with this dude and the entire time that this information comes out, he is referring to 1150 to 1230 CE or around 1380 CE. Ladies and gentlemen, I am talking about the people who inhabited the Americas the entire time. And he moves me up 15, he moves me from, I'm at 23,000 years. When people start coming into this, he brings me all the way up into the last 700 years, 800 years. He is referring to the last 700 or 800 years. The entire time I am going way before then. You cannot make this shit up. What up, Lucky? You are lying, Quasi. You full of shit. You've been full of shit. That's why you don't present any information. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. The entire time that I had this whole conversation with this dude, he jumps time zones. We're arguing the first people to come into the fucking, listen to me, Haplogroup C ain't around no 1150. Haplogroup C enters in the Americas. Let me go back. Let me just do this live. Let me go back. Let's talk about it. Listen, make sure that he ain't scratching shit. When do y'all think that C ends up in the Amazonian region? When y'all think C end up in the Amazon? When y'all think that? When y'all think? Exactly, Lucky. We know that it came by the way of the Behringer, but this dude is fanatic. He took, man, bro, he moved the needle 10,000 years, bro. Even more than that. He brought us up to a whole another subclade of C. Because he didn't understand. He didn't understand. C1A is found only in Asia. C1B, C1B, C1C, C1D, and C4C are the first people of the Americas. So what you have to do is let's copy. Let's go back to Google, right? If he listened to me, he would have had the answers to his questions, but he kept on trying to argue some other shit. When the people become Native American, they are when the people become Native American, they are a different people. So now the Polynesians messing with them at that point is a whole nother ball game. It's a whole nother ball game. A whole nother ball game. So he just took us on this modern day spiel from the last 600-700 years when we weren't even talking about that. We talking about the first people to populate the fucking continent. And his scapegoat was some modern shit. Modern. Look at it. Man, we ain't got to make nothing up, bro. We can just go right to the data. We can deal specifically with the data. And we're going to get questions answered. And we're going to do this shit the right way. Then we can extract from that. So we talking about 15 to 20,000. We talking 20 to 30,000 years. Not 20 to 30,000 years, around 15 to 20. So he just excuse me. He just messed it up. But more importantly, okay, we can go from there. I said 15 to 20, well, you can say 17 to 14. It don't matter. We're gonna get somewhere around the same little format. But he messed it up. He messed it up, bro. He didn't know how to argue that shit. He was arguing from ignorance on the gate and kept on looking for something. And that's why he kept Googling. And he wasn't even looking at the date. So shit winds down that this was
water on West Africa. It's gonna travel straight to the Americas.
Yeah, but you got to think of how violent the ocean is at a
For
time.
sure.
At a time where the ocean was dominating shit. I'm
Yeah,
talking
well,
about
remember,
these little
Mansa Musa
logs
said that the
spinning.
first group of people that he sent here, only one ship made it back, and that's only because they seen the other ships get taken by a current.
That never happened. That's a North African shipwreck story.
Let's say
So the same ocean is not violent for white people. I don't understand.
Let's say that because Christopher Columbus ass was surely able to make it.
The 15th century.
Yeah, because Christopher Columbus ass was surely able to make it. But
they didn't listen. What I'm saying is they did not have the technology to handle crosswinds. This is what. All right,
reed boats can make it to America, right?
Listen to this real quick because he about to end the show. This is the dagger. The out on the outskirts of West Africa near Senegal, specifically Senegal, because that's where they coming from. The ocean has a cross current motion in the Atlantic that still exists to this day. What am I? Hold on, let me finish. What am I saying here? That anyone who left near those areas after you get beyond the fort, the crosswinds will send you in circles. This is why the Europeans had problems navigating back up into Europe, and they had to hug the inlands to get their ships back up. So when I was sitting here and I was arguing,
so how did they get to Australia?
That cross current brings you into the islands.
How did they get to Australia? How did they get to New Zealand?
I'm about to let it out. The technology to handle crosswind currents during the 1500s in the early the late 14th was really the 15th century. The technology was invented to handle crosswinds. Now, the beauty of this is basically what I wrote in a book. And this is why I'm saying I've been arguing and researching this point for quite some time. There's more information, but Africans had no interest. They say this even in the UNESCO journals. In the third volume, they tell you that they had no interest because it is in the third volume that Mansa Musa comes up, which is a liability to the whole argument for those who think
who writes in the UNESCO.
Mansa Musa crossed the entire African continent all the way to Egypt. Do you know that's bigger than going to America?
No. He passed Egypt.
Yeah, he went all the way to the Middle East.
Bro,
so you telling me
on land,
he had no interest on land and carried hella stuff with him. Hella stuff. And you're telling me that he didn't have no interest in going the other way?
And I wouldn't be using UNESCO as a primary source.
He crashed the Egyptian economy by dropping off too much gold on his way.
Goes into UNESCO, and it's not just the UNESCO, brother.
Sheikh Anta Diop was in UNESCO.
Find me one griot that told a story about people that traveled to the Americas.
Wait, show you a what? What is a griot?
Okay, bro, you said you're a Zulu?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So
griots tell storytellers, man. They tell the oral history of the people.
They tell the history of the people in their lands. All the kings, all of that.
See, but that's a European term for them. Like we don't know what the hell a griot is. Like I
gave you the West African term. A gelée.
Every time I come across
but Zulu isn't West African.
I always know some
Zulu,
like Europeanism.
Yeah, like Zulu isn't West African. Like Zulu isn't West African.
Say that shit again, Lee. Listen to him very closely. Listen to Lee very closely. He mad in his feelings. Watch this. Just listen to Lee. If you can listen to Lee through the Booski, Bosco, Lusky, nigga, just listen.
Wait, show you a what? What is a griot?
Okay, bro, you said you're a Zulu?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So
griots tell storytellers, man. They tell the oral history of the people.
They tell the history of the people in their lands. All the kings, all of that.
See, but that's a European term for them. Like we don't know what the hell a griot is. Like I gave you the West
African term, a gelée.
Every time I come across
but Zulu isn't West African.
They're always on some
Zulu,
like Europeanism.
Yeah, like Zulu isn't West African. Like Zulu isn't West African. Like if you look at the 3 Zulu different branches, like you look at Xhosa, and you see that they call them Sangoma. We don't know what a griot is. Like if you speak Xhosa to somebody, you don't know what a griot is.
Again, like I said griot at using, we're speaking English, so I use the English rendition of the word gelée. Because if I said that, you would be like, what the hell is that?
I don't know what a griot is either. They're called the Sangoma.
No, listen to me. I just said gelée. Up and down West Africa, that is known to the people. And I'm specifically speaking, and I know what Sangomas are. That's not a problem for me. We wrote a whole book. Kobe has a book out about the whole subject matter, but that's neither here nor there. The point is this: there is not one source on the continent of Africa coming from the people about the history of the people in the land and in the area that tells a story of them traveling to America.
There's no history. There's no writing of us inventing mummification, but we did.
Listen to me, bro.
There's no writing of us inventing the temples, but it is. No, there's no writing of us inventing mummification. Mummification was invented by the Bantu in the Sahara. There was no writing about it.
Guess what we have of mummification? We have the evidence. So where is the evidence for motherfuckers leaving the continent of Africa, and what interest did they have to leave and cross the Atlantic?
The same people that you was talking about was what Columbus tested the spears that they found.
Never. You don't know the story of the spear tip, so I'm gonna give it to you. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna give it to you.
Wait, hold up. Before you get that,
can talk. I'm gonna give you the.
Before you get that,
even the word for it doesn't matter. That they both called it guanine.
No. So, you need to look up the word. Look the word up.
So what I mentioned before in the Horn of Africa when I spoke about Axum and the trade with India and China. You're trying to say that those ships that were coming in were only Indian and Chinese ships. None of them were African ships.
Can you please tell me what year that was? Because you just
the Phoenicians just never existed.
You said Axum, so I need
the Phoenicians just never existed, and they were a maritime civilization.
Leave. What
the Middle Ages
was the trade? What year was the trade, Lee?
During their look up when they were around. They came in after.
What year was the trade, Lee?
They came in. Do a quick Google search for Oxford.
No.
It was during the Middle Ages. I don't know the exact date. It's during the Middle Ages. It started from I would say Axum came into power.
In 700 AD, we got ancient Zimbabwe trading with India. In 700 AD,
that ain't got shit to do with it, bro.
700 AD, we got.
But he still hasn't answered the question. He's asking me for a date. He's doing what you said before, which is asking the question with a question. I asked him, was those ships only Asian ships only?
What boats lead?
What difference does that make? That's
what you didn't answer my question. Why am I?
All right, so now y'all know why on the community post on the Masu Warrior Clan that I put up that whole post about the silk trade and the silk trade routes was because he was asking me a dumbass question. And once again, I am telling you emphatically that what I put on the community page was answered all of his questions. And I even showed the migratorial patterns of which they did. The real silk routes or the silk trade had nothing to do with Africans. These foreigners was doing all of that shit. They didn't listen, I don't understand how people don't know this shit. The Silk Roads, ladies and gentlemen, the trans-Saharan trade. Who was involved in the trans-Saharan trade? He brought us some Muslims, and I said, you talking about Muslims. And then when you start talking about Chinese, that's the silk trade. So I tried to post this map right here. Ain't no Africans trading shit. Although Rome and Han China expanded greatly, there was still a lot of distance between them. Central Asia is covered with mountains, deserts, vast gracelands, trade link route between. Listen, this ain't got nothing to do with the Africans until they bring the shit in, my guy. This picture right here is showing the winds. See, this let me know that he don't know he don't know what he's talking about. And he brings up some 700 AD shit. Motherfucker, and still can't give me a West African boat. He can't do it. He can't do it. And to the earlier question, I've showed this so many times that I'm tired of it. I told him in Cuba, the shit was referring to Cuba. Those gold alloyed spear tips that motherfuckers keep on talking about, it's Gwinnett, and it ain't the same word for gold. Don't mean gold ain't got shit to do with gold. Look at that shit. It's a metal. Guanin. It's not gold. It's not the spear tips that people keep insinuating. You find it in the Journal of Anthropological Archaeology. It's called Metallic Encounters in Cuba, the technology, exchange, and meaning of metals before and after Columbus. There's no goddamn gold. These Negroes don't study. But they on this motherfucker arguing tooth and nail about shit they don't even know. Then one talking about trying to say motherfucking the Moss is pseudo. No, nigga, we don't do nothing pseudo over here. Abakari ain't never sailed to West Africa, to the Americas. He was killed. That's why you have a usurped king in the king's list. Once again, y'all don't read.
The oldest boat in the world is found in Africa.
Bro,
so what?
It's not even a boat.
What does that have to do with anything?
If the
So
oldest
you're not
boat,
gonna answer my question.
Not a boat. Lee, what's your question again? You said with trade?
I said during the kingdom of during the Axiom time period.
China, did you know that they were trading with China on land, not by sea?
And they traded back. They also had sea trade.
Somebody had to cross
the Red Sea. Do you know how deep the Red Sea?
The Red Sea.
This nigga dumb, bro. The silk trade was on land. This is why I made that post. Because they try to play me for a fool. Talking about on boats. And show me a motherfucking boat that Africans built that crossed the Pacific Ocean or the Atlantic Ocean. Somebody show me the boat. What it looked like. Where is it at? And then show me an internal source from those Africans talking about they built the ship and that they were seafaring. Show it to me.
Opens into the Indian Ocean, sir.
There wasn't no Indian Ocean travel, bro. The Chinese wasn't traveling the Indian Ocean.
The Chinese said Africans brought them elephants on boats.
No,
you can't bring an elephant on a canoe.
No, they did not.
So, I see where you guys are. I see what it is now with the Moosai.
The Japanese language shares a language with the Niger Congo.
I see what it is
You
now.
just told me that you believe in Ivan's Ben Sertima book that's been debunked 20 times. What are you talking about? What you see? We deal with speculation.
Ivan Van Sertima had some points.
No, he didn't.
People say his book has been debunked.
We gotta give him some credit, man.
We went through every fucking claim of Van
I know,
Sertima,
man. Come on, don't do Ivan Van Sertima like this. The Pilgrims don't do their people like this. Don't do Ivan Van Sertima like this. He's one of that's a good brother. We ain't gonna do him like this. They don't do none of they white folks like this. We ain't gonna do Ivan Van Sertima like this.
We got Lee up here. I tried to blame Leo Wiener. I said his name a long time ago. He wouldn't let me blame the Russian Jew. He kept saying Van Sertima.
We could blame all of them, but we ain't gonna blame Ivan Van Sertimer, man. That's one of our greats, man. We ain't saying nothing against them. Okay, look, between me and you, a lot of it. Between me and you, a lot of it was pseudo. But that's between me and you, though.
Anybody want to close out or say something?
You just better.
Thank you for having.
Listen, so that's the end of that conversation, right? That's the end of that conversation. I'm telling you, when it comes to their work on the subject matter of how people populated the Americas, how important L3 is. I did a whole show on L3. That's the haplogroup responsible for the rest of you motherfuckers in the world. I ain't saying you in the chat, but I'm talking about everybody else. Without L3, you ain't getting all the other stuff. Everything else mutating up off of that. They don't study the science. We've been doing that shit for years over here. We've been getting to it. Studying West African history the whole way through. That's why we study, that's why we deep into the sciences. We just don't focus on one thing. We gotta be scientifically literate. So that means we have to have multi-disciplines. We don't need to know everything, but we need to know methodology and a little about a lot. Because you got stupid people in the chat. Watch this. I'm gonna show you something. Quasi, where did you get this information from? Where you get the information you type it in my chat from? Where's your source? Let's quit playing around. What's your source? Come on, man. What we almost 4 hours into this build. All information. 4 hours of information. Find me a show on YouTube. Find me a show on YouTube where you got almost 4 hours of straight information. At least 3.5 hours. I just put it like that. 3 hours, 3.5 hours of straight information. Find me a show. Source stuff. Not all that old key. We got to get rid of the word melanated. That's the next word that's going to be up for scrutiny because they try to use that to give color to everybody. Everybody got melanin. Some form of melanin. Some have more than others. But everybody on Earth got melanin. This nigga, bro. Listen, hit the chat. Hit the link, bro. You got like 30 seconds. I'm muting your motherfucking ass. Pseudo and Funk. Where he at? You big and bad. You told me I don't know what America mean. Come kick that. DNA test don't show none of that shit you talking about. All right, bro. Listen. Have a great day, bro. Have a great day, bro. Enjoy your weekend. I ain't going back. You can't hit the link. I ain't going back and forth with you niggas. Where you at, Lee? You had so much to say. You try to call a pseudo, try to say we ain't got no information. Where you at? PNF scared. A1 scared. AP scared. Top Cat scared. Queef Holiday scared. The research guy scared. I ain't talking to no females. They all scared. That's Dulcinea. That's Betty. And whoever else pseudo ass to step up. All scared. 111 truth or talk, but he'll never show no information. We already know what joke signal is. We really ain't even gotta elaborate. Root word, pseudo ass, won't even dare try to come up. You know why? Because he know he had a disadvantage. And he had to concede. Who else they got? Who else I'm forgetting over there? Alabama, never. All you will ever hear him do is talk on these in these little circles that he's in and hide. He don't come play. He don't come play with nobody. So where they people at with the real work? What's the dude name that came on YK the Truth Channel line earlier? They don't know smoke. This dude still crazy. Look, bro, I know you went on your alternate page. I don't want to time that one out either, bro. Crazy. Stop typing in the chat. Hit the link, bro. Hit the link. Phoenix Moon. She ain't about that information. Listen, the only way that I talk to the women is if they are presenting their information, and I can present mine right behind them. It's the only way I'm playing with them. Because I know I'm gonna get disrespected. You disrespected us. You did lie. Crazy. You full of shit, bro. Go get another channel. Bring that motherfucker on. Pseudo, bro. Come on, man. Out of all the information I presented, ain't none of you niggas, you don't want to challenge none of it? I wrote a whole response to Dane Calloway book. Now, one elbow, including Dane Calloway, has tried to refute my refutation of his book. Now one. Which can be found on SameTreeDifferentBranchPublishing.com. Bro, I can't even go get no food right now. I want some hibachi like a mug, bro. I want a veggie plate so bad. I can taste it. You abos ain't nothing but some suckers. Sorry wannabe. Hate your skin because it's black type. Cowards, man. You boys are scared, man. Come on, man. I've been on almost 4 hours and y'all scared, man. Well, not a coincidence that he done ducked off with his old lady. Boy, Lucky. You at work, Lucky? You dropping a video? He said, I know big time. Lucky crazy. Hey, Teddy, they are not dealing with that book, bruh. They do not want to deal with that response, and they dang sure ain't coming on the mindset because they don't want to have to prove their stuff. Are you in the car? Since when you start driving as frequent as you've been driving, bro? Where you gonna go? I thought we was going out.
How? I can't taste something like
that. You just said you could taste.
It's very
oh man, well.
Everybody wanna be here.
Well, that ain't gonna work.
Why?
I'm going to eat.
When? What time?
I don't know, bro, but Sean is getting him some food, player. Well, y'all heard it here first. Let me see what Sister Kim said. She said Phoenix Moon was smashed by YK the Truth. She was faking. Yeah, she faked the tree, her genealogy, and all of that. That's what them helpers do. Fake it till they make it type. That old pussy ass nigga Gabriel, Patrick Gabriel is. Pussy ass nigga. Pan. Patrick Gabriel, a Captain Pan. Peter Pan. Peter Pan. All he do is he in every chat. He run back to every chat talking about Sean over there said this, Sean over there said that. Sean pull up to the chat you saying, hey, you think I ain't pulling up? I done pulled up so many times on them chats over there. You a coward, man. I done been in Indian territory. Y'all kicking people out, muting people, and you ain't even trying to do nothing. You a whole pan. You a capital pan. I dropped a link, your scary ass won't even hop on. Because you ain't got no information. Then you going to say, I'm on my phone. I'm on my phone. You bitch ass niggas ain't got laptops. You can't share your screen. Yes, you do, pussy ass nigga. Because the last time I was over there on AP channel when I came in there, you the first person to mute me talking about you don't block nobody. Stop lying, capping ass. Man, I apologize to everybody watching this video, man, but sometimes you just got to give people a piece of your mind, man, because they on some whole bull jump. Like straight up coward ass. Run around here, you know what I mean? Try to act like they this, that, and the third. They ain't got no information. They act like little teeny boppers, running back to everybody. He's Sean over there. He talking about your presentation. Sure doing it. Oh, crybaby whining. Get these niggas some Kleenex. Can't take critique, cry like little bitches, and every time we come over, we gotta always come to Indian territory. You niggas is never outside. This is as close as you get to some real smoke. The chat. Y'all don't do no live debates. And I ain't talking about on those stream yards. I'm talking about live debates where there's a crowd of people. Y'all don't do none of that. Y'all don't have no functions. Y'all don't present no information to live groups of people. If you are who you say you are, why y'all ain't in these free public libraries requesting these rooms where you can get 50, 60, or 100 people in there and present history to them? That's what we out here doing. That's what we doing. We've been doing it since 2016. Going in libraries, no matter what size the group is, Patrick. No, we don't care. No matter the size, go in and teach the people. Y'all ain't even got an inkling of that going on. None of you niggas is doing that. No, there's no trip. Listen, y'all ain't even got people going to museums and challenging the curators on American history or native culture. Because guess what? I done been to several museums. When I was in Ohio, when I was in Cleveland, when I went to the museum in Cleveland, they got a whole category of Native American shit. I went through all of that. Not only did I go through all the African shit, all the African American shit, I went through the Native American shit. When I was in California, when I was out there in Southern California, LA, baby, when I was down in LA, I went to USC. When I went to USC, I went to the museum on the campus. Guess what? I did the same motherfucking shit. I did all the African shit, all the African American shit, and then I looked at the Native American shit. Took pictures, got the primaries, all of that. I even put that shit on my Facebook page. The one Dane Calloway stalks every day. Now, waiting on something because he's scared to deal with a real one. Y'all ain't even doing that. Y'all ain't even in the libraries teaching, bro. Y'all ain't in the libraries teaching. Y'all ain't at the museums gathering information. Y'all ain't defending the information. Y'all ain't presenting the information. You niggas is on YouTube only. Scared of being African. Claiming to be some shit you ain't. scared of science. You run from science. Every field of science, you run from it because it runs you up out of your claim. You are a whole coward. You a capital pan. To defy your ancestry like that, you a whole pan. And if I need to define it again, it's pussy ass nigga. Straight like that. Never outside. Not a coincidence, go live. Y'all got a time clock. You won't even hop on the panel. The only one hop on the panel is the most stupidest of y'all all. A 54-year-old crackhead from goddamn Mississippi by the way of Memphis. Him and then another one that just got out of rehab somewhere in Indiana, some damn where by the name of Root Word. Y'all don't be outside. And you damn sure don't want to smoke. Y'all put shows up. We see y'all, look, y'all will be on Facebook. Y'all be in them Facebook groups posting the most stupidest memes and shit I've ever read a day in my life. Y'all do that and then run and hide. Y'all be wasting our fucking time. It's Black History Month, and we ain't get no history from you niggas. Why is that? But this is a Negro continent, I thought. Where your history at? Why all the history that's in America, written, documented, primary evidence is about us, descendants of Africans, and not about you niggas. Y'all ain't got no history. Fuck is you doing? You mean to tell me that all this time y'all claim to be here, indigenous to this motherfucking land, y'all ain't got no history? Nothing? Absolutely nothing? You didn't contribute shit to the Americas? What is we talking about? You wasting our time. Like straight up and down. Like, listen, it's so hard for y'all to present real information that y'all will get a source that clearly says that Black means of African descent, and y'all will take that and move the African descent out and then inject indigenous right here on y'all slides. Disrespectfully, to try to persuade your audience, never giving the source because you don't know how to properly source or cite your information, never citing anything. And then what we're about to do is we're about to go on A1 platform, and I mean an AP platform, and log into a debate with YK the Truth against motherfucking what's his name? Who he debating today? Stupid one. What is his name? Retarded one. There we go. We finna listen to him lie to us about the Moors being American. And then y'all gonna claim y'all some Black Europeans. But then when we call over to the UK, or when we get the UK people on the click, Akili, he in the UK. When we get the UK people over here, they said, no, we don't say we been in Europe. We ain't been in this motherfucker. We didn't got to Europe. We didn't come to Europe until World War I or II and forced migration through slavery. We got documented evidence of that. Or in the 60s, there was migration that actually happened. But no, we don't claim to be indigenous to Europe. That's not even our thing. We've always claimed our Africanness because we still tribe related. We can trace back our tribe specifically because we wasn't done like y'all were done. In a sense. Pseudo ass. Y'all keep wanting us to pull up, but y'all don't pull up because you scared. You ain't outside. You really ain't on this real information. Just to be honest. You just disagree to disagree because you're a skeptic with no intent to properly edify yourself for correction and move the needle using evidence. Man, this motherfucker trying to make me be hostage in the house because this motherfucker can't eat no food, bro. It's some bullshit. Man. Kylie, what time you leaving? So you're gonna have to like take a shower, get your stuff together, right? Well, you need that basket that you got up there. You need to go ahead and put them clothes in the washing machine, bro. There shouldn't be nothing in that basket. Why you sitting here trying to, you know what I mean, do whatever it is you're doing? And then I'm chilling last night, minding my business. Right, I'm minding my business. Kaz, let me put y'all up on something. Hold on, let me get out of this so I can pull it up. Kaz comes in the chat and says, hey, and I'm like, what's up, Kaz? Everybody like, what's up, Kaz? You know what I'm saying? Why these stupid motherfuckers over there trying to argue with me about having cameras in the 1600s? I went over there and told them that it wasn't no cameras in the 1600s. So now you got OTK now. You got OTK now over there arguing on the show. And Cass goes and hops on just to correct them and say, hey, there wasn't no cameras in the 16s. Playboy. Hold up. Where that Cass? Them boys, that's bro. Y'all make up the most. Y'all just stupid, bro. Y'all stupid. And we crazy for arguing with you, dumbass niggas. Let me see. Some Talk Treaties Part 2. This OTK shit. Only the knowledge. Let me look that up. Because I ain't believe Cass. I thought he was lying. I thought he was lying. He ain't put the link in the description this time.
Brother, that is not a photo, brother. They didn't have photos at that time. That was clearly a drawing, brother. Come on, brother.
Put the link in the description this time. Oh, I'm trying to find it. I ain't got the dude channel, so I can't really, you know what I'm saying? I can't hop on there like that. I ain't got the channel. I ain't got the channel, bro. I'm looking though. That ain't this nigga. Oh, let me change the profile. Tyson, for real, bro? You gotta go outside? You just came over here and started snoring, guy. You tired? Well, then what the business is? What you looking at me like it for? Listen, y'all. Patrick Gabriel is a capital P, A-N, a whole one. Scary ass. Not a coincidence. Dropped the link on them, told them to come hop on. I didn't drop the link on them, told them to come on. You know what I'm saying? Like, he weak. But he'll be in the chat. He'll talk y'all he'll type y'all to death. That dude will type y'all to death. But he ain't gonna boss up. He ain't gonna come on there and share a screen and be like, you know what I mean? He can't teach you shit. He can't teach you shit. But he sure can run back and tell another motherfucker some shit. He's good at gossiping. He might not have no information, but he's good at gossiping. Yeah, he good at that. He's a good gossiper. I can't find the dude channel, so I ain't tied in like that. I ain't got his channel. Bro, listen, I'm putting you back on time out again. Take a 10-minute break. Come back in 10 minutes, Quasi. You on some bullshit. Lucky. Cass is strong all the way out, bro. Cass strong all the way out, bro. He's like, bro, these fools is arguing over here talking about a drawing is a picture. And they had it back in the 1600s. They were not taking pictures back then, ladies and gentlemen. They did not have the camera. So whoever insinuated such a thing is out their rabbit ass mind. They out their mind. Man. What time the debate, not to see? I forget. I need to go watch Mr. and Mrs. Smith on Amazon. It be start off slow, then it'll speed up in the middle. I ain't got nothing to do today. Wash my clothes. Fold, do stuff like that, regular house stuff. I really need to change them. I'm gonna do that tomorrow though. I keep procrastinating on that. Yeah, sucker. Yeah, he said talk about Billy Bowleg. Come on now. Top Cash running from Chris, running from me, but then running around here talking. Hey, let him out because I ain't let him out, and it's raining right now too. So let him out. I think he might got a number 2. That's probably why he came over there to me. Chris played Kalam video, and that boy Bottom Cat sounds stupid. They all sound stupid at this point, man. They just Listen, the only thing that they good for is the fact that we teaching these people what real history is. So I guess they only good for raising awareness to real Black African history. Sabir Bay been trash. What's going on, Gullah? Look at Gullah. Gullah just woke up, y'all. He had a late night. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. Let me order this shit because I don't want to do this shit later. When they gonna have it tomorrow? Yeah, I need my shit, my nigga. I need my shit by tomorrow. I need that too. Why the fuck I ain't shit that? Come on, man. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? You're a coward, man. Caleb, you gonna let him out? Bro, let him out, bro. Who in control? You or him? I'm curious. Who's the boss? What y'all got going on, man? Let me drop it one more time. Just walk away. Let him just walk away. He gonna eventually walk over. He gonna go handle his business. He don't handle it, I let him back in. Bro, you missed the whole bill, bro. I've been live for 4 hours. I done killed 2 birds with 1 stone, bro. That was the topic of the show. 2 birds with 1 stone. The elbows ain't got no home. Cowards, bro. I need some more gloves. I'll order that shit next time. Yeah, you missed the whole show, bro. I done went all the way. I done went somewhere and ain't come back. I told you he was gonna walk away. He did exactly what I said. As soon as you let him out, stand by the door, stand by the door, stand by the door, slide. Then he gonna come back when he ready. All right, now he ready. Hold on, y'all. Come on. You want no smoke? Cam says she jumping in the shower. Get ready for the rig debate. That shit like damn near like the presidential election, ain't it? Yeah, Gullah, you might have to go back and recatch it, man. But you know all the sources in the description, so you really, you know what I mean? You get all the source. It's a lot of sources in there. It's all on the same shit though. I done help some people through their whole work day. This motherfucker talking about he just got out work. I've been on since what, 9, 10 o'clock y'all time. I had to get a bigger heating pad. I know them smaller heating pads will work. I don't want to return them for the dogs. Smaller ones. I know the big one we can use it for the mom and the dog. The smaller ones, you put the dogs on there. Keep it warm. A little pregame. Yeah, a little pregame. A little pregame ain't nothing. You know what I mean? Lucky ain't nothing. How you claim you're Aboriginal when you look just like an African? Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? You gotta talk to him, Lucky. How you think you're Aboriginal when you look just like an African? Yeah, I ain't even know shit. Ask me to share my screen, wouldn't even show the shit. Yeah. How you think you're Aboriginal when you look just like an African? Come on, man. Black History Month. What is that? It's I ain't going on dude channel yet. I gotta hit my link up for the Whoop Whoop purchase the debate for me so I can watch. Pussy and feet. That dude changed his whole page. He changed his whole page, y'all. He got some Asian stuff on his page. What is this, bro? Hold up. I don't even care about showing. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this. Somebody come over here and look at this shit. Why he got this Chinese writing on this shit? He changed his name. Look, he done lost the debate to YK and then changed his whole play up. He done changed his whole play up. Bruh, this dude, listen. He lost the debate to YK and changed his whole shit. Bruh. Look, he didn't turn into a Hindu. Look at this. Look at it. Look at it. Somebody go look at this shit. Hold on. Lucky. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I got it. Appreciate it. Why you think you have Aboriginal? Angel looks just like African. Why you think you Aboriginal? And you look just like an African. Who is this right here? What's going on, man? What's good? What's up?
It's all good.
It's all good.
Yeah. Just checking your debate. I think they're foolish for not understanding the African origin. And it's unbelievable. All you have to do is study history. And it's just a joke, man. I'm 74 years old. I've been studying history for years. And it's just ridiculous, man. I think it's a conspiracy and it's foolish. And
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you.
yeah,
So now speak now. Okay, because you're older than us, right? And
true.
what I want to know is, were people talking like this when you were our age?
When I was your age, we were more Afro-centered. I come out of 60s, 70s. We were learning our history and we got Afrocentric and moved forward. And I think if we study J. Rogers, some of the old guys, man, you get an idea of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And these young people coming with these new ideas. Callaway is off the hook. I think something big behind that. So I'm just an African. I believe in my history and my people, and that's my position, and I'll stay with that.
And I made a mistake, and I did not know it is a mistake. So,
So, what do you think the school system could have did a better job at doing as far as educating us, or just parents in general, educating us on, like our history and our existence?
I don't think you can look to other people to define your history. I think you have to do that yourself.
Okay.
I don't go to other people for my history. I go to my African writers, Jock, Ben, like I say, J.A. Rogers, Stolen Legacy. I mean, you got to read these books to really understand the progression, and we have to study history. Sometimes people get caught up and they don't have a chronological ideal of history.
Mm-hmm. I got you. So in your opinion, what should we do first? Should we learn a methodology and then jump out there, or should we just be jumping out there and just doing any old thing?
No, learn. You got to go to the source. You always have to go back to the source. You can't spring out there on nonsense. You have to have a source. Consider the source in any conversation.
Right. Okay. So how long you been subscribed to the channel?
Quite a while. Over a year.
We appreciate you.
Because you brought another side, balanced the discussion in the Callaway nonsense. And I thought that's why I listen, man. That's why I respect you and what you try to do. And sometimes it get haywire because you know what you're dealing with, man.
Yeah, I do. I'm working on myself.
Don't worry about that, man. Just understand who you're dealing with. You're dealing with nonsense. You can't argue with nonsense. It's just fruitless.
Yeah.
So I respect you, brother. Keep doing the research and pulling the sources, giving them to the people so they can learn. And you do a good job of that, man. I like your research skill.
Appreciate
And that's why I follow you. I can respect that.
Appreciate it.
You know.
Stick to the evidence. I think what y'all did, and I think that the people before y'all did, is stay in the realm of our true identity. No one steered clear of that. Like this new age movement is put us in position to where we're questioning who we are when we shouldn't.
Yeah, you should know.
Yeah.
I study. You know.
Yeah, it look good over there. I see what you got over there. I see.
Yeah, I got it all, brother. I've been doing this for years.
Yeah, I see shaking the joke over there.
I got all that, bro. All that.
I see. Yeah.
Hey, you know, you got to go to the source.
Few journals, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I go way back. You know anything about uranium?
Some good books over there. Yeah. I like them. Good old school work. Your camera went out. Hold on, y'all. I think he might have, you know what I'm saying? He there, but I think he might have did something to his phone. You know how StreamYard, you'll be in, be out. So I think, yeah, there you go. He back.
Yeah, I was I'm on my iPad, so it'll
Oh,
plug
okay.
out. But yeah, that's all you have to do, brother. Consider the sources, study the sources. I like Ja. He do good research. I love that brother. You know, he's serious about it. You know, these people don't know history. They don't study, and it's a crime. But I just wanted to hop on, give you your respect.
Appreciate that.
And tell you to keep the fight going, man. We're in a fight for a lifetime. It don't end tomorrow. So I appreciate you. Love you, brother. And got much respect.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Peace.
Peace. We're gonna keep doing it. Look, we're gonna keep doing it, man. When you got the people behind you, bro, you just gotta keep fighting. Cause it's bigger than you. You know what I'm saying? And that's somebody who's been studying for a long time. You seen this library. He didn't have just some new books. He had some old school real work. There was a lot of Africa titled in them books. There was a lot of good authors in those books. He was sourced up. And he had some journals in there, old school style. If you seen them spirals, that let you know that, you know what I'm saying? That's that other side of that research stuff. So that's that old school work. For real, when it gets to that point, it's yeah, that's that splat. You know what I'm saying? Like one day, you know, they're gonna be looking at us and be like, man, they gonna think that PDFs is the new library, which it is. If you got a lot of catalog PDFs, but that physical book has always been my thing. So shout out to the elder for hopping on, man. I'm glad he's been paying attention. He said for about the last year. Hopefully I've served the purpose for him and gave him a little inspiration, and he's been tapping in and paying attention to that side of it. And I'm glad that he had the audacity to hop on and, you know what I mean, and share his thoughts. And I humbly appreciate it, and I will humbly stay within the fight. And I ain't turning my back on it, you know what I mean, and just keep it going. That let me know that I'm doing, you know, even in my ignorance, I'm doing something of service to some people out there. So absolutely. Hell yeah, Teddy. Hell yeah. But we just stand on the shoulders of the people that came before us, and we just want to see a little bit further than them so that we can advance and update that knowledge that they had back then. That's it. We ain't trying to tear it down. We just want to update the information. We know why our ancestors, we know why our elders was wrong at. And one day our children's children, they'll be able to know what we were wrong at and advance the information, update the information, and advance it properly. Like for real. For real. Look who is in the chat. Look at here. All the way from the U-Kizzle. The one and only. Ain't that about something? You done made it if she show up in your chat. What's going on, Kat? How you doing? How they treating you in the UK? How you doing this evening? Is you ready for the Super Bowl? Oh, look. Look at little Thirsty in the chat. Uncle Lee's. No, I'm just messing. But yeah, man. So listen, we are about 2 hours away from the debate. It's on Abo Dude channel. You feel me? It's started 4 Central, 5 Eastern. So we're about a little ways away. 115 minutes. 115 minutes. So for those of you, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's air power stuff. I ain't got no earbuds to tune you out. I can't have everybody hearing what you about to say. What up?
What's up, Sean? How are you?
What's going on?
So who's debating today? What we got to look forward to?
Yeah, the title of the debate is "Are Moors from America?" It's asking.
Is that a question?
That's the debate title.
Oh, that's interesting. Who's that with? Who's debating that?
So YK the Truth against A1.
Okay. Is that on one of those things that you guys do? What is it?
Yeah, it's on dude platform.
It's on the platform, or it's not on one of these.
It's on YouTube, but it's on the Abo. It's in Abo country.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are Moors from America?
Yeah. What you think about that?
I already know the answer. You know.
What's your position?
Moors are African. I'll just say that much. That's it.
So they're not from America?
Originally, no, they're not from America. Moors in their inception are Africans.
Who named them that? Could Europeans be Moors?
Well, it depends because the Moors expanded into Europe, so you could call them Europeans.
Are they Black Europeans?
They are African.
Yeah, 5 p.m. Eastern.
They are Africans that happened to colonize a part of Europe.
So y'all run and go tell A1 that I advertise his bullshit in my stream.
A1 against who? What was the other guy's name again? I've never heard of him.
YK the Truth.
YK.
Yeah, you know YK.
Do
YK was around. YK was around. beating up on
Okay.
the Hebrews and shit.
Is he a Hebrew? Is that what he is?
Nah, he ain't.
Pan-African?
Yeah.
Well, this is the thing. I don't really understand why Moors get so like mixed up with all these different groups of people. Moors are Africans, you know. I don't know why people try and separate them from
Well, the
being
American
African.
Moors are pseudoing it the Moorish word out, and I think that's the problem. Because of Noble Drew Ali and his indoctrination and his ignorance, he's led this movement of wannabe.
Well, all these movements are wannabes, whether it's Israelites, whether it's Moors, whether it's Indians, Israelites, you know, there's all a lot of wannabes, right? But a lot of the times when they look back at the history of these groups of people, they can see that these oftentimes come out of these Africans that they don't like so much, right? Moors is not something that tickets on sale, $20 purchase are Moors from America. Okay, yeah. So yeah. Hit the link, guys. Purchase your ticket. Get in there. We can see A1 get his ass beat up because I already know what side he's on. So yeah. Or yeah. That's kind of crazy. I don't even understand. Do you want to have a conversation right now about why people think Moors are anything other than being Africans?
Yeah, go ahead.
You want to leave that for the debate? Because I don't understand it. I don't understand why people try and take Moors outside of Africa or make Moors like a separate, like they're a different race of people. You know, it's really crazy to me. And the only reason I think, and it kind of feeds into the self-hating ass Negroes that you find in America that want to align themselves with a group that are actually, and according to all history and what a lot of Africans feel about Moors, that they're the biggest traitors, okay? They're slave runners. And I don't know why any African American would even want to align themselves with being a Moor. You know, and tell me if I'm wrong. I don't know. Like, I'm not a scholar, but from what I know, why would you even want to be a Moor? Because the Moors were the ones that you say, okay, they had what is it? What would you call it? Like a contract or like a petition with the American government that they were going to be some kind of protected
so-called
group. Yeah, right.
So-called.
The only so-called. Exactly. It's never measured. Yeah, it's never practical because anyone that proclaims to be a Moor does not have any protection. Yeah, under US law, right? But they want to say that, and then so all that they did to stab fellow Africans in the back in order to be part of this new world, it really didn't provide them with any protection at all. Maybe in its inception, it was probably like beneficial, so they could be free and they could probably practice in the trading of other Africans. I'm sure that was beneficial to them. But other than that, no, I don't get it, you know. And I had this conversation with another person that proclaimed to be a Moor, and I had to tell him like Moors were Muslim people. Okay, so if you're a Muslim, well, that's the thing. He was saying that he's a Muslim. He identifies as a Muslim, or he was all over the place. He was like a Hebrew / Muslim / Moor / all this. he was so confused, and this is the thing that I find really confusing with a lot of African Americans I have this conversation with. A lot of them are Hebrews. They want to proclaim Hebrew. They want to proclaim Moors. They want to be Kemet. They want to be everything all at one time. You can't do that, okay? This is not how it works. You can't be a Moor, a Hebrew, and Kemet all at once. It don't work like that. All right. So I want you to pick one. Okay, pick a fucking struggle and stick with it. Do you know what I mean? Sorry. Hi, King Kaz. Hey.
Pick a struggle.
Yeah, pick a struggle. Like I don't get it.
Yo,
Like,
yo, can you hear me?
oh,
Yeah, you
yeah.
good.
All right, cool.
Hi, what's going on?
Peace, peace.
Peace. But you know, this is what I think. Like a lot of people just want to grab at straws. They just want to be whatever sounds good to them. You know, they want to be a Moor. They want to be part of Kemet. Any great civilization or great movement, however you want to put it, they want to be part of that. Listen, you can't be more. If you're not attached to those group of people, just it's okay. You don't have to be that. You know, like it's all right. No one's gonna judge you any different. No one's gonna look at you any different. It's all right. It's okay. If you're not part of Kemet, it's all right. You know, everyone goes on. They live. They're all right. You don't have to be a Kemetic, okay, to be considered like a full human being, capable of your own means and deeds. Like, I don't know why people are so obsessed with being people that they're not, right? And these pretendians that run around, they're the most annoying ones out of the whole lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
The fake Indians, the fake natives, they drive me crazy. Like, if you want to be indigenous to America, please have it. Okay, you can be proud of being an American. All right, I could be proud of being African. I get it. That's fine. So what you can do as a proud indigenous American, go to the American societies. I'm sure there's a lot of them. Okay, that cater to native needs and social services and reparations and all that. Go and get you some of that, all right? And live happily ever after. And get the hell out of the way of other people, okay, that are fighting for their own identities, all right? I don't know why you keep trying to mix this shit up with other people that know they're the descendants of Black Africans, okay? That's fine. You do you. Go over there. You do that. And then they will do their own thing. Why are you trying to convolute the same thing? Why are you trying to convince other people that they are you? You're leading them down a dead end. And that's unfair. If you know where you come from and you've done your lineage and you can say that you're indigenous American, whatever, great. Wonderful. Go away. Go and get your reparations over there. Leave the people who are still fighting for it do their thing. What's the problem with that? Why do I always feel like they want to sabotage what you guys are doing? Like they want to put their oar in and say, no, why you believe in this? You know, why don't you believe like me? Oh, because maybe they don't have the same lineage as you. Maybe they don't have the same history as you. This is America, yeah? We have so many different groups of people that came from all over the world. Like, why do you think that they should be like you, right? You say you don't want to be African. Great. If you don't want to be African, we don't want you to be African either. You know?
Facts.
Right? Yeah, we ain't begging you. These guys, right? I was on Twitter today. And people are saying because it's like Black History Month or whatever. And there's a lot of interesting stories I'm learning about as well. A lot of them I've heard are kind of regurgitated stories, but a lot of some stuff that I'm hearing for the first time. And I find it fascinating. I'm like, great, that's amazing. Great. No. I just give it a thumbs up and keep it moving. Anytime anything positive about Africans comes around, you know who's in the chat talking bare shit, right? Is a lot of Americans, right? And I don't like this. I don't like this like double standard where it's like, we are bothered about you. No, we're not bothered about you, okay? You're usually the ones that start shit with us, okay? If you don't want to be African, you don't have to be African. And I'm not talking about people in the chat. I'm just talking about these weirdos that run around here acting like they're not African. They have no identity to Africa. And the farthest they can go is like 1880. Okay, no. Just because that's as far as you can go in the records, it don't mean you're not African, sweetheart. Okay? I don't know why these people are confused about that. Okay? Your lineage, your time, like written records, how far can you guys go? What, 1700s? How far? I want someone to tell me how far you can go back. 1600s? If you're lucky? How does that make you not African anymore? Because your records show that you were born. Oh, well, of course you were born in America. That's where you were raised. That's where you know? That's fine. But it doesn't mean that you didn't come from Africa. They're just stupid. At this point, I just think they're just stupid. Like, there's no other way to explain it. I think you're just dumb. You want to be dumb. You don't want to be nothing else, but you'd rather be European, native, more Israelite, nothing. And rather than be what's obviously in your face, which is a goddamn African. Like, come on now. It's getting pathetic at this stage. People are laughing at you all around the world. They're seeing that your self-hatred is just seeping through your goddamn veins. And it's laughable at this point. And I want someone to explain this shit to me. I want somebody to explain this shit. Why do you hate yourself so much that you would rather cling on to your European heritage and just discard your African as if it don't mean nothing? Like, it's pathetic. It's pathetic. And I just hear all these weirdo stories on TikTok or Twitter, and I'm like, wow, they're really just scraping at the bottom of the barrel now just to find any way to not be African.
Okay, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
What is a Black European?
I don't know what Black European. I don't know. Oh, I assume what. I assume it may be a person of African descent that's lived in Europe for a number of years. Like, I mean, not first generation, like, probably been there a while. That's the only person I would call him a Black European. What is a Black European?
They say that you're a Black European.
No, I'm an African. I was born in Africa. I know what the hell I am.
No,
I was born.
That's their argument, is that the people in Europe are actually all Black, and the people in Europe that was all Black migrated to the Americas. That's who came over here on those boats from England. And
according to who? Hang on a minute.
Hey, that's them. That's what they teach.
Hang on. So Europe was all Black around what time was this? When were they all Black?
So since Cheddar Man is a Black European, right? And specifically A1 says Black Europeans was in Europe all the way up until, I think he says, the 1700s, Cat.
Okay.
Or the 1800s. He says the 1800s, the white Europeans successfully kicked out the Black Europeans and sent them to the islands.
The islands of what?
Jamaica, you know what I mean?
Europe to Jamaica.
Yeah.
All right. So the Cheddar Man, yeah, I get that. He was, yeah, I've seen the model of him. So that means all of Europe was Black because of Cheddar Man. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, Cheddar Man, yeah, absolutely. That's the evidence, Cat. You can't deny the evidence, right?
Because they had darker hue. Listen, I have no problem with saying that most of the world had that kind of complexion, like dark skin, for a long time. The population of the world Yeah. Was
So
a
you don't.
dark-skinned race.
So what is your understanding of Cheddar Man, Cat? You familiar with
That
that,
he
right?
was, yeah, I've seen him. Yeah. That he was the earliest, human that they found, and they dug him up in the British Isles, and his features, would I say they were Negro, but his skin color, was of a darker hue. But I could also put that person in the category of an Indian or some kind of Asian, the way he looked, not necessarily like a black person, right? So I'm not saying like the world was not at some point all melanated people. I know that they were, right? But when we talk about Europeans in times of Europeans, okay, when Europe was a thing, was a continent, there was an archetype of the people that were there, right? To say that those people were looking like Cheddar Man would be a bit of a stretch. Yes or no?
Nah, that would be a lot of a stretch.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, of course, prehistoric people look like us. They were black. We all know that. Black people were the first people on this earth. We were everywhere. We are the beginnings, and we're going to be the ends of everything. That's the way it is. I have no problem with that. But I don't like the fact that nobody can have their own culture without us trying to push our blackness onto it. Because every culture has to, formulate on its own, like, just develop on its own, separate from us. And that's what makes their culture different than us. We don't have to lay claim to everything, whether you're Asian, Middle Eastern, whatever. All their beginnings come out of African people, dark people, melanated people. We get that. But what I hear a lot of you Americans say, well, no, it comes out of America. This is where people started. This is where melanated people started. This is which I think is a load of shit. But I listen and I'm like, okay, cool. Like, you can believe whatever the hell you want to believe. Me as an African, I know what my people have done, their contribution to humanity. Okay. I don't have a problem with nothing. I just listen. And if I want to, engage and just have a conversation with someone, I will. But to me, it's oftentimes just silly.
So you know of no evidence of these black Europeans in existence. They didn't rule Spain.
Well, we talked about the Moors a little bit ago. We talked about the Moors, but but the Moors came out of Africa. So you calling them black Europeans, what does that even mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I would argue for.
That's the thing.
I would argue for the same thing you saying, Kat. But these are the new terms they're using. So they're not calling them Moors. They call them black Europeans.
Yeah, but we have to not let them do that because, we have to end that. It's the same thing. There's no.
Well, it's a proxy term.
There's no white Africans, even though we have white Africans that have lived in Africa for hundreds of years. It doesn't mean that they are indigenous to Africa, right?
According to the Aboriginals, from white Africa.
Yeah. That's another conversation.
What did you say? Sorry, Aboriginals. Sorry.
Yeah, what'd you say, Kaz?
I can't hear.
Something wrong with his mind. I think he said Aboriginals say that the white people are Aboriginal to Africa. Well, some do, and then others say that they were created in America.
Who said that? Who said that?
One of our good Aboriginal brothers.
Oh, you mean
they said that's how the slave trade happened.
The indigenous. Well, can we get these terms straight? You want to be called Indigenous or Aboriginal? Do you guys want to be called Black or Negro? I need to get these terms. I need to know what I'm calling who what. You know, can you guys get on that accord so I can know who the hell I'm talking to? Because when you said Aboriginal, I was thinking Australians. Who are these Aboriginals and Indigenous? Which one are you gonna pick? Indigenous, Aboriginal?
So you gotta
Do you
keep
want
up
to
with
be
the conversation.
African American? Do you want to be called Black?
These
Want to
is
be called
all proxy
Indigenous
terms.
too?
We don't know.
Oh,
We don't know
okay.
what they
So
want to be
when
called,
you
Cat.
okay, that's what I want you to do because this shit is confusing. So when you pick Indigenous too, instead of being called Black or African American, then you're on the same accord as the Aboriginals because they want to be called Aboriginals or Indigenous, right? So then you're all gonna get mixed up and lost, and you're not gonna know who the fuck I'm talking to either. So can you guys like pick some unique names so I know who the hell I'm referring to, please? Okay, because this is why I don't like listen, no African American, right? I want you to know
No.
this, all right? No African American's never gonna tell me that I can't call myself Black, okay? All right, and Sean, listen, the term
Yo.
Black, and I want these motherfuckers to know this shit, and you know too. You have no. Maybe I missed the memo, right? When you told us Africans that we can't call ourselves or other people in the diaspora, right? Jamaicans, Ghanaians, and blah, 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 blah. Where are you from, right? Brazilians. That the term Black now belongs to you. No, the term Black does not belong to you, and I'm going to tell you this today. Okay, the country that I am from, okay, Sudan. Okay. We made up the term Black, and I'm telling you, bitches, you don't have no permission to call yourself goddamn Black, bitch. Okay, how about that? All right. So shut your mouth and stop running around here telling you us Africans. I give permission to every African. All right, because my country, Sudan, made up that term Black, Aswad. Black, that's our country's name, and I give permission to everyone in the diaspora, okay, and all Africans to use that term. All right. Now you know you don't have permission, okay, to gatekeep that term. All right. It don't belong to you. If you have a problem with it, you go and claim Negro, go and claim colored, or whatever the hell they were calling you, or you accepted before that. All right. You don't have any onus to tell us, okay, to not call ourselves Black, okay? If I want to call myself Black, Aswad, I will call myself Black, all right? And you ain't going to stop me, bitch. There's no, I don't even know what Black culture is. If someone can explain what Black culture is, I want someone to do that for me, okay? I am an African, okay? And I am Black, okay? I claim what is mine, okay? I know none of these weirdos that run around here thinking that they're gonna tell me shit, okay? That I can't call myself Black anymore. And now Black belongs to African Americans. No, it don't, okay? It never did. It never will. Just in the last 10 years, now you want to call yourself Black. When you were calling us all kind of Blackies and Blackie this and that, now you want to claim it for yourself, bitch? Nah, it don't work like that. All right?
What up, Gullo?
Anyway, let me start writing.
What's good, bro? How you living, man? What's up, everybody?
Holy.
Hey, Gullo. What's going on?
What's up?
What up, Joe?
What's going on, everybody, man? What's going on, yo? So, yeah, you said you've been live for about 5 hours. You done beat up every tackle point they had, man.
Man, I stayed on 2 points.
Which points was those specifically?
I was dealing with migration and the people.
What time period?
I stayed in the early paleo period.
Ooh, okay. You talking the origin of these people. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, so I had to show how the paleo people came into the Americas and they didn't encounter anyone defending or protecting any other resource.
It was wide open?
It was wide open.
Did you go into the language?
No, I ain't go that far.
Okay, no, I was okay.
Did you talk about the Oceania, the whole Australoid thing? I know I said that yesterday. I said that in the back chat yesterday.
That was already a part of my argument, but I was answering dude from YK the Truth shit where he was confused, talking about Polynesians and Native Americans interbreeding 20,000 years ago, so they came to each other and the Polynesians made it to South America. I was like, no, you're reading it wrong. And he didn't read the source correctly. He kept incorrectly reading it, so I kept playing it back for that. And Kevin Ross, you don't know what's being used here when you talk about indigenous. First of all, that word, listen, bro, they don't go together. Indigenous and melanated, it doesn't go together.
Melanated, you know, that's the magical term. You know what I'm saying, Sean? That's why I said the dude in the chat, he said Nilo-Saharan. That's like the fancy way of saying highly melanated now. They just put new terms on shit they've been saying.
Hold on, so Nilo-Saharan is now the new melanated?
Yeah, that's they new highly melanated. They say that the Nilos, they've been around the world. You know what I'm saying? So they create abos.
Who's abos?
Yeah.
Who's abos?
No, it's still the regular abos, but they not identifying a Nilo, you know what I'm saying, as the one that's been around the world.
Hang on, say that term again. Nilo what?
To Africa though.
Yeah. All of the abos aren't going with that, but the abos who, you know, try to stand on the science and mix it with the gods and all of that shit, that's what they're going with. You know what I mean? The Asiatic black man is really the Nilotic black man.
I ain't gonna lie, yo.
No.
understand.
Hang on a minute. Oh. Hang on a minute. The Nilotic black man is the same as the Asiatic black man. Is that what you just said? According to who?
According to the rhetoric. Don't shoot the messenger. But what you were saying, bro?
I knew. So yeah, I'm just asking. According to the Abos, is that what they say? Or who? Who says that?
We used to be the tribe of Shabazz, but nobody claiming that no more, huh?
What is the tribe of Shabazz?
That was the Afro. That was
the Muslim. What are they called? Nation of Islam shit.
And the Asiatic black man, and he said,
"I remember." Oh, where did they say? Where did they say the Asiatic black man comes from?
Because basically that dude, they keep saying what's his name, Fard Muhammad or whatnot. Some people saying he white, other people were saying he was like of Pakistani descent.
Pakistani, yeah, he was.
Where I said the Hamtramck, that's nothing but like Arabs over there, right? So that's where he comes from.
Oh no, they're not Arabs. They're Asians. Yeah.
No, I'm Indian, right? He's Indian, so it's a mixture of like.
No, he's Pakistani.
Yeah, but it's
a
on
completely different country. He's not Indian. He's not Arab. He's Pakistani. Yeah.
Part of India.
Yeah. No, what are you talking about? Why do you keep talking about Indian? He's Pakistani. It's a completely different country.
He's saying the Indian subcontinent, Cat.
Oh, no, come on, don't confuse people. He's Pakistani.
That's the truth, though. But anyway,
he's Pakistani. That's it.
This area is where like the oldest place with the Muslims or whatnot. When they start coming.
God. What other Muslim is India a Muslim country as well?
No, in Detroit, how it started. The guy lived in this area in Hamtramck, right?
Wow.
So,
what are you talking?
Answer a question.
I'm trying to answer. She keep over talking me.
You're not listening. Ask me a question. You're not even answered one of my questions.
What are you asking, Kat?
Oh my God! Keep talking, dude. Go.
Anywho, so this is where he got his teachings from. He used to come over here to Hamtramck, and he got his teachings from Farmer. This is why this is why people are questioning. People saying he's white. A lot of people don't think he's white. They think he's Pakistani because he grew up over here in this neighborhood or whatnot. It was Polish people over here, but if you bring in Islam, this is where Islam started sprouting in Detroit, in Hamtramck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
saying? Yeah.
So all that shit and all that stuff, that's coming out of Fard information. When I went to the temple Like years ago, they was talking that shit. It was like we came into Africa from Asia. We used to have straight hair. It got caught on the branches in the jungle, and it got twisted up and all this other crazy stuff. So that shit come out of his mouth. You know what I'm saying?
No, it doesn't come out of Islam. That comes out of the Nation of Islam.
I'm saying it fart and
Okay, yeah. Let's clarify that. All right. Mm-hmm.
What's the name? He made it worse. He suited it up more. You know what I'm saying? He started putting the Scientology shit in there and all that other stuff. So, you know, this is the Nation of Islam. This is a lot of its origin. But it started over here on the east side of Detroit.
As a cult, yeah. So what now? So are you saying that you're for it or you're against it? I'm confused.
I mean, I was for as far as, you know what I'm saying, they were getting black people off of the street or whatnot, but as far as the pseudo shit, I'm most definitely not feeling it because it still had the anti-African rhetoric over there. Like if you telling us we come from Asia and our hair got nappy when we went in the jungle. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's features. America.
So why is it so many African Americans adhere to like the Nation of Islam? Why is that? Well, when they're saying literally that you're cursed or that you were entwined and you got tangled up in some bullshit. That's why your hair and your eyebrows don't match your whatever shit that they talk about. Yeah. Why do you think so many African Americans follow?
I mean, shit. Still battling self-hate at the time. You know what I'm saying? We was dealing with that from the European. A lot of this stuff, you know what I'm saying, come from white supremacy, right? So people trying to get their identity and everything, but when you lose your culture and all that stuff, it wouldn't make.
So no, hang on. So why would that be? You have the leader of the Nation of Islam, Farrakhan. He looks like a black man to you, right? That's a black man to you. He looks like you guys, right? Yeah? Yeah, with his little slick back, little perm, whatever the hell he has on his goddamn head. That's a reflection of you. That's you, right?
Notice all the leaders.
So why would you listen to a man like that?
Notice.
I'm just curious. Why would you listen to a man? No, I'm not attacking you specifically. I'm asking this.
That's all.
I'm asking you all. It's not for you specifically. I'm asking you. Why would you look like at this half breed, right? This light skin, wherever the hell he's from, with his little perm, telling you that your hair is literally a curse, and that you want to follow this guy? Why?
Yeah, it don't make sense. So that's why a lot of people broke away from it. When I heard that shit, I left. I was like, oh, no, get the hell out of here. What y'all say? I got the hell out of there. I wasn't in the. I was there for probably 1 or 2 days. Ate some good fish. They make some good ass fish. Once they started talking all that crazy,
so good ass fish.
The hell out of there. But
I never understood it. I was always like, why would you follow not only this guy, but Faraz, right? He was not even a black man. He was at most an Asian, right? We've seen pictures of him. There's no way he's a black man. And then what's the other guy between Farrakhan?
Elijah Muhammad.
Elijah Muhammad. Sorry. Peace be upon him. Elijah Muhammad.
I'm trying to figure out how we got on these NOI niggas.
Bro.
I don't know, but
oh my god.
It's interesting.
Yes, bro.
I was about to say they made you leave your own show. Like, god damn.
I don't get it. Even Elijah Muhammad was not barely a black man. And you guys
circles about
No. I want you to realize. No, you're not gonna tell me because you don't want to identify the fact that you hate your goddamn self. Okay, you don't.
I'm not in the fucking NOI,
in any of these men.
The
okay,
fuck you talking about?
Well, shut up then.
I'm not in the NOI.
If you're not about it, you shut the fuck up. Okay, because we're having a
chill out with that rude shit. Like you.
No, you chill out. You told me to
I'm
shut
not being rude. I didn't say that at all.
No, you told me to shut the fuck up.
I'm not arguing no weirdo. Sean, hold it down, bro. Appreciate you, fam.
I'm not gonna argue with you either. All right.
Hey,
I'm
look,
making a
we're gonna get up out of here, man. We're gonna go to the debate,
shut your goddamn mouth, bitch.
We gotta get ready for the debate, cat. It's debate time. We gotta get ready.
Oh, we gotta go. All right, Sean.
I'm about to go cook up, do my thing. I'll catch y'all
All
later.
right, Daddy. Thank you, babe. I'll speak to you soon.
See you later.
Bye.
All right, y'all. That's it, man. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you tap in and get trapped in. You feel me?
We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing. And to understand it, there's 200 years of history you're going to have to look at. 1400 to 1600. It's the major turning point in world history. At the end of these 200 years, the world would never, ever be the same again. Europe had come out of its bag. It had rescued itself at our expense. It had learned longitude and latitude again. Had learned how to handle ships. They had, in their search for Asia and the spices and the sweets of Asia, they had discovered Africa en route, the greater prize. We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing.
Big die, I got the game in the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch die. Black die, repping the team, repping the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Big die, I got the game in the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch die. Black die, repping the team, repping the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Yeah. It's been a hell of a run. I done bagged all of the women I wanted to bag. I probably should slow down and settle with one. Probably should hit up my mama and tell her my problem. She always wanna pray for her son. Tell her I got it, it's nothing your God could do for me. I feel much more safe with a gun. Look what I've done, just look at what I've become. They thought I was stuck in the mud, I done came up. They gotta pay like I weigh, I made them double the funds. Niggas be hating, probably cause they wifey like me and she wanna give me the buns. She got a friend, told her that she can come too because two heads is better than one. My competition is none.